Islam to all the Moors. All right, I am glad to be back. I'm feeling much, much better, much better. Um, I was out of I was out of commission, y'all. Almost a solid 2 months. Never experienced anything like that before, but I came through. I came through, and the way I did it, I don't know what it was, y'all. I've never experienced upper respiratory. Uh, I'm assuming it was an infection. I don't know. I don't know if Vietnam is on 5G. I've read some research. I don't know if it's true, um, that 5G causes upper respiratory symptoms, serious upper respiratory symptoms. But anyway, what I did, um, I used, and I, like I said, I don't know. Um, I don't even know if it was an infection, but I had something going on with my upper respiratory system. And so I did liposomal vitamin C. I did a megadose liposomal vitamin C. And I did, I took megadose. And when I mean megadose, I really megadosed it. Really megadosed it. I think my but I won't get into that. That's unimportant. Um, so I did the liposomal vitamin C, a very high megadose orally, right? Liposomal vitamin, you drink it. I mixed mine with, toward the end, I started mixing it with different fruit drinks like smoothies. And it was very successful because I, uh, I had phlegm, of course, um, but that resolved rather quickly. But then I had that persistent cough, the chest pains and all that. So on top of that, I did the cayenne pepper. Uh, so I mix the cayenne pepper. I have a special ingredient that I use with pure powdered uh, Vietnamese cayenne pepper. And I was taking kind of like a heaping 1 to 1.5 teaspoons of cayenne pepper, curcumin, honey, and black pepper. And so I did that at minimum once a day. At maximum, I did it 2, 3 times a day. And of course, pine needle tea mixed with y'all know the star herb that India is famous for. I think it's called. I always forget how to pronounce it, ansin or something like that. But it's the star herb, and with that, cinnamon bark, and of course. A lot of water, so filtered water, and I did the old the old onion with lemon, uh, herbal drink, and it took me from, I mean, it's got to be 7, 8 weeks, y'all. So now the cough is gone, the wheezing, So I'm pretty much, I'm like 90% now. So anyway, that's what's happening with me, y'all. What's happening with you? Update me about you. What's going on in your life? How's your health? if you had any type of issue, share with me what you did to resolve those issues, those symptoms. Or you put it in the comment section, email it to me, make a conversation. And it's always nice to know what other people are doing. There was a friend of mine gave me a remedy, but I wasn't able to get all of the ingredients to do it. Thanks, Rosemary. I appreciate that. But I wasn't able to get one of the ingredients. I don't know I have to find out what they call it in Vietnam. But I appreciate that, Rosemary. And also I almost forgot. In addition to the pine needle, in that same drink that I told you about, the pine needle, the ascend, the cinnamon. And you got to be careful with the cinnamon because cinnamon will drop your blood pressure. So let's say if you have high blood pressure, cinnamon will lower your blood pressure. At least that's what I experienced. It lowered so I'm talking about me, and I'm not giving medical advice, okay? I'm not giving I'm just sharing with y'all what I did in my situation and then how it worked out for me, okay? So this is not medical advice, okay? It is not medical advice. So in my own situation, like I said, my blood pressure went down. And cinnamon is known to do that from what I understand. But also the cayenne pepper also makes your blood flow. I experienced that. I'm very in tune with my body. And so I know what I'm feeling, and I pay attention to what I feel and the changes. So if y'all pay attention to your body, to your organs, to your sensory, you pay attention to your sense of taste, smell, hearing, and sight, your sense of touch, you pay attention to your skin, you can actually become aware of changes, good or bad, that are happening with you inside. So, from my own experience, yeah, the cayenne pepper, pure powdered cayenne pepper, at least the way I produce, the way I prepare it, it's just a food, works very well. So for me, it was everything that I expected. But going back to the drink, the pine needle tea with the ascend star herb, with the cinnamon, I also added y'all, what's the name of the flower? It's like a deep blood red color. It's escaping me. What is the name of that? When it comes to me, I'll tell y'all. But I also added that in there. But I'm not going to get into the proportions and everything about how I prepare it. Unless y'all want to know. But anyway, so it was successful, and I feel very good, very, very good right now. So let's get started into our lesson. So today, from my point of view, is a big deal for the lesson. This is the beginning of chapter 11 out of our textbook. So let's go back into it. This is our core textbook for this class, the Astronomy of the Old Testament. or the lost word regained. And of course, the lost word is astrology. So why is it lost? Because the Catholic Church intentionally and with malice and with the intent to destroy who we are as a bloodline, as a nation of people. I'm talking about us Moors, autochthonous Moors, Genesis chapter 2, verse 7. Sprung from the soil. All right, sprung from the soil. And as I have always said, I'm going to say it again. There is no issue. There is no divide. I'm talking about in Scripture. There is no divide between the autochthonous men and women. All of us are Moors, period. Look it up in the law dictionary. Land means Moor. That means Moors are land. Okay? And as I've shown in the trust handbook, and you can find this other places, that land and substance, land and law, substance, land and law go hand in hand. Land is the substance and subject matter of the Moors. Let me rephrase that. Denominator. Moors are the substance and subject matter of the law. That's a well-established, a well-known principle, a well-known fact in law. Land is the substance and subject matter of the law. This explains why our nationality was taken away. Okay, and in 1891 or somewhere around about there, gold was demonetized informally, in fact, but not in law. And then, of course, later, the gold was removed, right? I don't remember the year, maybe 1933 or something like that. And then in the 1960s, they did something else with silver. Maybe it was a silver coinage. I don't remember, but y'all can get that information fairly easy. Just Google search it if you want the exact dates. But my point is that the substance was taken out of the Constitution. So why would this be? Why would they need to get rid of Moors? Why would they need to do that? Well, because Moors are the substance and subject matter of the law. Moors are the law. Y'all see it? That's why. So what do? You get the Moors to start calling themselves Negroes, blacks, coloreds, Latinos, Africans, or whatever. Whatever in your part of the world, whether you're in the Americas, whether you're in Africa, Asia, wherever you are, Europe, whatever byword they're calling you. So this comes from Deuteronomy 28, the curses. The Moors would be denationalized, right? Isn't that what it says, y'all? It doesn't use the word denationalized. It doesn't use, why? Because that's English. And the Bible, in its present form, is a coded work. It is a coded work. It has 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different meanings, depending on where you vibrate. So what do I mean by where you vibrate? Where you vibrate means where your state of mind is. So if you're in the state of mind of religion and you're worshiping gods, let's call them deities, and y'all know that deity, the etymology of deity goes back to thought. So you'll get that in the devil's pulpit. I've done 2 classes on the devil's pulpit. The second class is the best of the 2. Okay, or you can just click on the free link in the description area of this video, download the PDF to the devil's pulpit, and you can check on that. You can check on that. But if that's what if that's what your state of mind is, religion, well, that's where you're going to relate, and you're going to experience things religiously. These deities will be real for you. Now, my opinion is that the Nephilim, the Raphaim, Oannes, Dogon, some people call these the Anunnaki, the Elohim. Of course, now, y'all research this. Research Elohim in Genesis chapter 1. It is not who you think it is. Okay? You've been told that it's capital G-O-D. But it's not. But that's another long story. Y'all go back and watch the video I did on Genesis chapter 1 and 2. I think it's called a critical analysis on Genesis chapter 1 and chapter 2. But the whole matter, the whole issue of what's going on right now with us now in bondage has its origin in Genesis chapter 2 and Genesis chapter 1. That's my point. That is my point. There's no division, no separation between autochthonous morals. No matter where you're at on the planet, this is an issue about land, rulership, control, jurisdiction. In other words, who's going to enjoy the land? And all of the wealth that comes from the land. Now you have to remember that Moors are sprung from the soil. Moors, as it says in Genesis chapter 2, what? Dust of the ground. Right? Isn't that what it says? So if there is value, the value is not in the house or a tree. The value is in what? Without a man or a woman, that house or a tree would have no value. Even without a hybrid. That's my point. Without a hybrid, that house has no value. The tree has no value at all. At. The gold, the silver, the water, the air, without a man, woman, or a hybrid, these things have absolutely no value at all. So so the value comes from what? The Moor. Or the hybrid. Y'all see it? So land is anything of value. Get that right. Hold on, y'all. Did I get that right? Hold on, wait. I think I got my terms mixed up. Let me come back to that. I got my terms mixed up. Oh, no, property. No, real estate. Yeah, real estate. I'm sorry, I got my terms mixed up. Real estate is anything of value that comes from the land. So why am I mentioning real estate? Why am I mentioning real estate? Well, think about this, y'all. Who can own real estate? The hybrid cannot own real estate, right? Y'all see the point now? The hybrid cannot inherit land. Look up the meaning of a human. And you can get this yourself. Look up the meaning of human. You're going to see that it is a monster. Human. Monster. That's non-inheritable. Although born from the womb of a woman in wedlock, it cannot inherit land. Han-Uman is human. Okay, human is a corruption of Han-Uman. Let me see, y'all. Y'all know that I messed up all my accounts again. So I'm without Zoom, all my accounts. I go through this every couple years. My accounts get closed, passwords, and, everything. I get locked out. Hold on. Let me show y'all, hun. For a lot of y'all, if y'all been following me, don't get bored. Repetition is quite necessary in learning. Okay, so hang in there. But for people who may not be familiar with this information, so now my Wi-Fi is going on. My internet is not working now. Let me turn it off and turn it back on. I hope everyone sees where this is going. If a human can't inherit land and a human is hybrid, they need what? They need a mechanism, a legalistic mechanism to take ownership, take possession of the land. And this is where trusts come in. Now do y'all see it? This is where trusts come in. This is why the substance was taken out. This is why Moore's substance, right? The substance was taken out of the Constitution, denationalized, called Negro, Black, and Colored. All right? So that the hybrids and their Moorish minions could begin to make a process. Look at this, y'all. Y'all think I joke around with y'all. Look at that. Still no research result. Y'all see that? No Google search result. Or is it? No, this is DuckDuckGo. No search result. Still. Let me switch over to Wi-Fi. Hold on. I'm going someplace with this. So now, they put in place a mechanism so that corporations, they could own land through corporations, okay? Because a natural law and civil or legislative statutes, you can't mix them. You can't mix them. So they removed the substance. Moors, silver, gold. Okay, now this ushered in, let me restart my phone, y'all. See, still no search result. All right, so what they did, let me restart my phone. Now I'm getting information about trust from the trust handbook. If I get time, I'll post a copy of the cover page. I don't know if I have a link to it, but I'll definitely post a copy of the cover page. Maybe I'll post the page to where I got this from. But anyway, so now the hybrid, who's non-inheritable, can now set up a trust and take ownership of property through trusts. Y'all see it? Through trust. This is why, y'all think about this. Think about this. Think about this. More natural law. Descendable. Moors, you can inherit, right? Humans, non-descendable. They cannot inherit. So they need a mechanism. So you have natural law, and then you have what? Natural law for the Moors, and then what? Statutory. Statutory or a legal system. Judeo-Christian or the Islamic, whatever they use in, in the Muslim world. Okay, so you have a system of law that's based on nature, natural law, and then there's a system of what? Man-made law. Coming out or having its origin in religion, religious doctrine. Y'all see it? So they establish what? Corporations. Opposites, right? So you have substance, the real thing, or like they say, the real McCoy. Mores, the substance, the subject matter or substance of the law. And then you have the knockoff. You have the knockoff. Which is the trust system. You can take it back to the Siskiyou trusts that the Catholic Church set up. They did all of this through religion. Bonum sanctum. Y'all see it? Where the trust grantor, well, let me not go into that. Y'all go get that trust handbook. That's a quick, easy read for you to understand what's happening. But what the Catholic Church did was set up a trust. And they got their authority. The authority, according to the Catholic Church, was given to them by God, Jesus the Christ figure, Constantinian Christianity. Y'all see it? And then from that, the Siskiyou Trust, all of this stuff, Manifest Destiny in the U.S. later. And then what? And then what? The nom de guerre. The nom de guerre. The ens legis, the all capital letter. Capitis, what is it? Capitis diminutio minor, media, and major, something like that. I haven't taught that in years, y'all. Do y'all see it now? Everybody see it? So it's through corporations that the hybrids and their Moorish minions are able or were able to implement and currently execute and maintain the administrative state. The administrative state. Y'all got it? Everybody see that? Does everyone see that? See. What did the historical Jesus tell his apostles? When his apostles asked him, why does he always speak to the people in parables? Well, what did the historical Jesus say? The historical Jesus said, I speak to them in parables so that although having eyes to see, they will never perceive. Y'all got it? Although having ears to hear, they will never understand. Because if they ever perceived what was happening and understood what's happening with what? With their status. With their status. Because if they ever perceived and understood, they would have a chance to repent. Or they could repent, rather. They could repent. In other words, they could abandon belief in all of these external gods, abandon Christianity, especially Islam, especially Judaism, especially the big three, abandon all of these religious systems. Let them go. Don't be afraid, or no longer be afraid of these deities. No longer be afraid of these religious doctrines and what the clergy and your friends and family will do to you if you stop following those doctrines. Okay, totally abandoned. Why? Because it's not real. Now, are those entities in a lot of cases real? Yes, but they're only real to you. They're only able to impact you because you're vibrating at that level. That's the vibration you are on. So these Nephilim, Raphael, Oannes, etc., they have access to you. Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, y'all. Hold on. Okay, yo. Sorry about that. I lost my thought. Where was I? I don't remember where I was at, but I had to take, that was kind of urgent matter. So listen, the point I'm trying to make here, I'm trying to get you, Mary, James, Joe, whoever you are, to see that the issue here that we're dealing with is represented in Genesis chapter 1, verse 26, I think, 26 and 27, and Genesis chapter 2. This is a matter of who has jurisdiction and who will benefit from the land. Genesis chapter 1 is about the creation of the Neanderthal, the Han Uman, the Paleolithic cavemen, regardless of what their complexion is, okay? Regardless of the complexion of the skin or the texture of the hair. Talking about hybrids. And that created creature, created by the Elohim, the Elohim is not the creator of the grand universe and has no ability and didn't even say in the text that this man was sprung, or this entity rather, that the Neanderthal or the Han Uman was from the soil. It says, let us create mankind in our image. And that created creature was an hermaphrodite, both sex organs present, both sex, a vagina and a penis, both present. To what level? How completely were each of the sex organs developed? Who knows? I wasn't there. Okay, but based upon the text, it's very clear. This is, so in other words, you have one created creature that has a penis and a vagina. Okay, whether the testicles and ovaries were there completely developed, I don't know. Okay, now this is what gives rise to the Lilith story about the masculine and feminine being pulled from one physical body. That's where that story has its origin, in my opinion. When you look in a Bible dictionary, it'll tell you that Genesis chapter 1 was not part of the original book of Genesis, but it was inserted in the book of Genesis during or shortly after Babylonian captivity. It's the Babylonian creation story. Okay, and there's a whole lot happening in that story, and that's not the creation of the world. Okay, y'all go back, like I said, watch the video I did about Genesis chapter 1 and chapter 2, a critical analysis of Genesis chapter 1 and 2. So this created creature, this Han Uman, the Paleolithic Neanderthal, was created in the image of the Elohim. So it's my opinion that this is the Yacubian story. Okay? So was Yaqub, the big-headed scientist, was he a Raphael? I don't know. Were the 12 female scientists, engineers that he worked with, were one or more of them Raphael? I don't know. Were these all, was it a team of autochthonous Moors? Was it a mixed team of autochthonous Moors and Raphael? I don't know, I wasn't there. Were there Raphael involved at all? I don't know. I wasn't there. In other words, was the team all Moors? Were they all Moors? Who knows? Who knows? But I suspect Raphael, because it says, let us make man, at least some of them were Raphael, let us make man in our image and in our likeness, so therefore you have an hermaphrodite. All right? It wasn't a perfect job that they did. It says that God, or the Elohim, looked at the work and said it was good. I've seen in only a few where it says very good. Okay, if it's good, that's only, if you're in school, you got a C in the class. That's good. A is what? Excellent. A is excellent. But if you get 100%, so this guy didn't create a standard, a perfect creature. Genesis chapter 1. This letter C. As you can see, both sex organs were present. And this created creature was created a long time after the man and the woman, the man with the womb, were created in Genesis chapter 2, verse 7. Y'all see that? This Neanderthal is very new, or the Paleolithic caveman. the Han Uman. This is new. It is not, it wasn't created in ancient history. It's new. It's new. Okay? So what's my point? My point is that this created creature is non-descendable. It cannot inherit land. Y'all see it? Whereas the man, the woman in Genesis chapter 2 can inherit land. They're descendable. So they are the heirs, the natural heirs. We are the autochthonous Moors. We are the law. Why? Why? The Hermetic Laws. We're thought made manifest from the soil. It's a well-known and established principle or fact in law that land and law go hand in hand. Land is the substance and subject matter of the law. Why? Because man is thought made manifest from the soil. Thought is the first Hermetic law. The first Hermetic law. All is mind. Well, what is mind? Mind is thought. Mind is all intelligence, all awareness, all creativity, all anything that there is, all anything that there could possibly ever be. All present. Thought. It is manifest, or presents rather. It presents, mind presents as thought. So man is thought made manifest from the land. Y'all see it now? Everybody see it? The 6 other Hermetic laws emanate from the first Hermetic law. All is mind. Thought. So of course, being that Moors are thought made manifest from the land, Moors are the law. Because everything that exists comes from and out of, when I say everything that exists, I'm talking about on a physical plane, comes out of the land. Y'all see it? Everybody see it? So that's why there has to be a mechanism to get Moors to willfully give up their birthright. And they do that through religion. Through religion. Okay? Now remember, these trusts have their origin and authority from religion. The most basic example that everyone can relate to is when you get a letter from the utility company or an insurance company or a mortgage company. You get a letter from them, or you don't get it. We think that you get it. There's a letter with what you think is your name. James Hill, John Doe, Bob Thomas, right? Mary Johnson. That letter, that name is in all capital letters. And we've been conditioned to think that that name is us. That the birth certificate is us. When it is in fact a trust, a corporation. Y'all see it? It is a corporation that requires you to be surety for the debt of the corporation. Now the debt of the corporation is coming from where? Religion. Christianity tells you that you're a sinner. A sinner in commerce is a debtor. So now you proclaiming that you are a Christian, you publicly admit and acknowledge that you are a debtor in commerce. So that means the secret society members who are in control of commerce are in the creditor position. Creditor being the master, the landlord, debtor being the person in bondage, the slave. Y'all see it? You've already admitted it. And Christianity is commerce. I've already shown that. Maybe next class I'll show it again. I don't have the book with me though. But Jesus, y'all know, Jesus is Mercury. Mercury is commerce. Mercury is also the messenger. See, Mercury runs really, really fast, right? He's a messenger. Okay, yo? So this is where the Siskiyou Trust, Onum Sanctum, all these trusts, all these legalistic doctrines, for example, manifest destiny, that's their purpose, that's their function. They're a mechanism for the hybrid to own property. Why? Because nature, natural law, and man's law don't mix. They don't mix. That's why the substance, like I said, had to be taken out of the Constitution. I hope that's clear to everyone. So now let me show you a little bit about what I'm talking about. So let's go into our textbook. Oh, I went a long time. I didn't mean to go this long on this topic. You know, sometimes, not sometimes, but I usually lose track of time when I'm talking. Hold on, I just need to check. I got problems, though. Not problems that I make, but you know, when you're in a foreign country, people can be jealous of you for stupid reasons. You know, really, it's beyond your control. You wouldn't believe some of the things you have to experience when you are a foreigner in somebody else's country. That's why I can really relate to Prophet Noble Drew Ali, his work, and what he said about being foreign, you know, and not having a nationality, and how people will treat you in any bad or terrible way. I'm paraphrasing, that they want to. Okay, because you don't have any rights. All right? But sometimes you can meet some really low-level, low-vibrational people. You know, they have all kind of misconceptions and about who you are. They think you're rich, and you know, maybe they hate you because they think you're rich, or it could be, or for them, you know, being from North America is such a huge deal. They hate you just for that, like a jealousy, just because where your nativity. But anyway, let me not go into that. But that's what I was dealing with, y'all. Some issues. Okay, so now, what happened? Now, y'all, let's get into it. Okay. So open books to page 118. Now, by the way, going back to this, to the Siskiyou Trust. These trusts, let's say an express trust. I'm going back to the handbook on trust. A trust according to law, has rights that a natural man has, or a natural woman. Y'all see how they structured that? So these trusts, through these trusts, let me get my thoughts together how I want to say this. So in the Constitution, the Organic Constitution, 1791, 1789, 1791, there are states, well, there are we the people, that's us, we Moors, we're the substance, our foremothers and forefathers ordained and established the Constitution for the United States of North America for their prosperity and benefit, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, and for ours. We're their ascendants. We're their posterity. So in other words, the Constitution is set up to benefit us. So we are the rightful and natural heirs of the Maghrib, Al-Aqsa. The Maghrib, right? North America, northwest of Mexico. Then there is the state citizen. The state citizen. That's the paupers and vagabonds and everyone else that our ancestors helped set up that Constitution for them, gave them that landmass of the 13 colonies, which they perverted, and then they added the 14th Amendment, which was deemed unconstitutional. And then through the 14th Amendment, established a U.S. citizen, different and distinct from the state citizen. Y'all see where I'm going with this? I see that. So now the trust has all the rights of a state citizen. In other words, the Constitution, the U.S. Constitution, for the Constitution for the United States of North America, Organic Constitution, without the 14th Amendment, without the 14th Amendment. In other words, the trust is sovereign. The trust is sovereign. And through the trust can do anything in commerce. It can sue and be sued. It can do anything that a man or woman can do. Are y'all seeing this? So they set these trusts. And I'm curious, I don't know, but I'm curious, I'm gonna tell y'all what I'm curious about. I'm curious if we, as Moors, now this is just a thought, I haven't given it thought, I'm just thinking out loud. I'm curious if we as Moors can use that trust as a legal deterrence against those who violate. In other words, if we can use that towards the Constitution without we use a separate trust, right? So in other words, it would be the more filing a complaint in their judicial system through the trust. Y'all see what I'm saying? In other words, they're using that against us, so all we do is flip the script. We flipped the script, but we stayed our status in the complaint. So there's no confusion. We're using that same trust instrument to enforce the Constitution, to deter anyone abusing us or stealing our birthright. Y'all follow me? So these are some of the thoughts that I have, but all of this comes from Genesis chapter 1 and Genesis chapter 2. Let's get into it. If y'all have any thoughts about that, let me know. Put something in the comment section, send me an email. Let me know what's up, what your thoughts are. All right, so chapter 11, chapter XI, chapter 11 of natural man or earth man. Earth man and evolution. An evolution of species and planetary influence over the earth and its inhabitant. That is a huge statement. That's all encompassing. Of natural or earth man. In other words, natural man and earth man are one and the same. So you get earth man, that's what? That's Adam. Right? Earth man, when you look at the etymology, Adam. And evolution of species. In other words, y'all, this the author is saying, here's what he's asserting. That God created man. And then he used evolution as a mechanism to perfect man. And I'm gonna tell y'all right now, that's BS. That's garbage. Okay, that is false. And it has no basis in science. Whatever. So we see here, I'm being critical of the author. So when we read, we have to, one, be suspicious. You have to be you have to be paranoid. You have to be suspicious when you read. Why? Because we know we're dealing with word magicians. We know we're dealing with people who use the pen, the Hollywood, the magic wand, y'all, to create or to make you believe something that's not true, just like in the Wizard of Oz. So I was reading yesterday. I came across something that Prophet Noble Darrell-El said. He used the word deludes to slavery, right? Deludes to slavery. I thought about it. So I said, let me look that up and look up, just so I have a precise definition of what it means. When I looked it up, I said, oh, okay, all right, that makes total sense. Deludes means something like this, but if I can get access to the internet, I'm gonna still go back to Han Uman. I want y'all to see this definition. All right, delude. Let me show it. Delude, Cambridge Dictionary. To make someone believe. Delude. All right, y'all. To make to make someone believe something that is not true. To make someone believe something that is not true. That's narrative transportation, right? The literary tool, narrative transportation. Okay? It's a natural phenomenon. Okay, when you activate your imagination, or when you allow someone else through spoken word, through song, through reading, through something that you see, something that you hear, something that you get stimuli from any of your senses. Okay? Make you believe something that's not true. Through the activation of your imagination. Everybody see it? Delude to slavery. Certain words, certain things delude to slavery. In other words, certain words, certain things will make you believe that you are a slave and therefore participate in that slavery. So this goes back to allegedly what happened in Greek and Roman times. You get this out of the handbook on trust too, but other sources too. So they did plays, and in these plays, people wore a mask. And the mask was a representation of the character in the play. Y'all follow me? So in today's time, let's say you are in a car, okay? And you're cruising down the street. So you're wearing a mask, a driver's mask. So when a policy enforcers pulls you over, you don't know that the play is commerce. You think it's real. You don't realize that you're in a play. You've been taught to believe something that is not true. You're not a driver. Y'all understand? But you're wearing the mask, the legalistic mask, that you are a driver, and you believe that you are a driver. Why? Because you've been ignorant. So now you're in the narrative. They can do anything that they want to you because you assume, or you're in the debtor's role. Okay, y'all? Y'all see it? So in these plays, they wore a mask. And that mask was designed for the role. All right? So whatever role in life, there's a mask for it. For example, let's say you have a heir, you're a father. Now you're wearing the mask of a father, and they're going to deal with you legalistically through the statutory system. If you're wearing that mask, you're in the narrative, you're in the story, you're in the because you think you're black, you don't know anything about sex, you think you're but any of the bywords, wherever you're at. All right, it deludes to slavery. I don't know if I explained that clearly, but I hope y'all kind of see what I'm saying. Kind of forgot where I was going with this. Oh, I remember. Well, let's go back to evolution, okay? So evolution, in other words, this is saying that the created creature, the Han Uman evolved. Since it's created last, it's superior. I can't even say created, since it was put together through scientific experimentation. Wow, I can't, it won't show up. Han Uman don't want to come up, y'all. So y'all see that? I don't know what the deal is. Let me try it, hold on. Let me do it again. No search result. Y'all Google search Han Uman, what you're gonna see is a half man, half monkey. Okay, the image is gonna be presented as a deity, but it was not a deity. Okay, it was created. I I don't even want to say created. It was made. It was made to be a servant, to do farm work, to do agricultural work, much like a beast, to do the work of a beast, and to row the ships, to do hard labor, so that those who created it could use it for hard labor and as soldiers, and to use it as soldiers. That was the reason why they created the Han Uman, which later became the human. Human is a corrupted spelling of Han Uman. Corrupted meaning they dropped the A-N after the H. So human, colorable man. Human, hue, meaning no substance. It's a symbol like them. It's like a knockoff Nike, a knockoff Gucci, a knockoff man. No substance. Looks like a man, looks like a Gucci, looks like Nike. But it is not. It's made of inferior materials and craftsmanship. Okay? Man and or Raphaim, or together, a team, put together what we know as Han Uman, the human. Whereas man, in Genesis chapter 2, verse 7, is thought made manifest from the soil. Truly divine. Truly divine. Without a doubt, without a question. Okay? So this notion of evolution is attempting to legitimize and give credibility. In other words, make you believe. It deludes to slavery. Make you believe that the Han Uman, the Paleolithic troglodyte nigger, is the highest level of creation. And therefore, because it is the highest level of creation, by divine law, by divine mandate, has jurisdiction over everything and everybody on planet Earth. Y'all see it? We see this in the scripture. Let me read it. Let me stop there. I'm going to get to that. Let's go through the chapter now. So this is chapter XI, chapter 11 of natural man, or earth man. That's Genesis chapter 2, verse 7. That man and woman who are thought made manifest from the soil. And evolution of species. Evolution of species? No. I'm going to show y'all this. No, it's even, well, you'll see it. Evolution of species, they're referencing, okay, so of course it says all species, but included in all is all. Man, Genesis chapter 2, verse 7, we're not involved, we're not evolving. We're worse, but not because of some genetic problem. It's because of the situation and circumstances. And the hybrid troglodyte nigger, the Paleolith, the Neanderthal, and Han Uman, the human, is not evolving. But it is actually devolving. Why? Because it's a matter of science. Hybrids will always devolve and eventually die out. That's just a fact. So make the distinction of natural man or earth man, that's Genesis chapter 2, verse 7. Man is thought made manifest from the land, the natural and rightful heir of the land and all everything. Right? Then evolution, this is an attempt to give credibility and jurisdiction to the Han Uman. That kind of man, that symbolicum of man, who's non-descendable. It's an attempt using science to give credibility to this creature's colonization through religion and war, and de facto jurisdiction. And every bad thing that this entity has done and is doing is an attempt to justify it, cause you to give full faith and credit, if I want to use that term. Now let's go into it, y'all. In Genesis 2nd chapter, commencing at the 4th verse, we find, oh, look at this. They don't want y'all to see Han Uman. Let me see if I got a picture of Han Uman in myself. Hold on. Let me see if I got Han Uman in my phone, y'all. This is quite incredible. Quite incredible. But nothing surprises me, scholar, anymore. Absolutely nothing surprises me anymore. You know, and I'm of the opinion, y'all, that we need to let this internet thing go, because the internet thing gives power to those who intend cause of the learned elders of, you know what, I don't openly. They're in a position where nobody can do anything. All right, y'all? I know I got some Han Uman pictures somewhere. Oh, y'all, it's on my community post. I put pictures of Han Uman in my community post. So y'all go check it there, okay? I don't want to spend a lot of time trying to find it. Okay, now let's continue. In Genesis 2nd chapter, commencing at the 4th verse, we find, quote, listen, quote, these are the generations. Now go back and look up the etymological meaning of generations in this verse. This word here, generate. Go back and y'all look that up. I'm not going to tell you, but it's in the video that I did on Genesis. Okay, these are the generations of the heavens and of the earth. Now, why would they use language like that? Why? It's not clear what they're talking about unless you understand, unless you know the etymological meaning of this word, generations, in the text here. Okay? There's a reason why they use that word, because they don't want you to know. See, this is all about confusion. Confusion in your mind. Why? So that you'll never be able, so that although having eyes to see, you won't perceive. And although having ears to hear, you won't understand. Listen, in other words, they want to make you think Genesis chapter 1 and Genesis chapter 2 are the same creation story. And the mankind, the colorable, the human, the non-descendable kind of a man that our ancestors made is the same as us in Genesis chapter. That's the confusion. They want you to accept that. Okay? Where you don't have a choice because you don't understand. So you just say, okay, well, the preacher said it, or rabbi said it, or the Moshe or elder said it, or the book says it. You just buy it. You just accept it. Okay? Now, you done lost your birthright without even knowing that you have a birthright. These are the generations of the heavens and the earth when they were created. In the day that the capital L-O-R-D, God, G-O-D, now y'all, the red lights and the sirens should be going off. God is a Germanic word. I talked about the etymology of God already, going back to thought. Sirius, the dog star, right? God spelled backward is dog. God is good. G-O-O-D, remove one of the D's because it's double. You get God. There's no capital letters in the ancient Phoenician or the ancient Ibaryath language. So this is just magic. This capital G, this is magic. Why do I say magic? Because it's making you believe something that's not true. There is no capital G and lowercase g. Okay, watch the video that I did, you get more on that. So you're being played like a cheap piano by these Bible translators. This is why I keep stressing and inviting y'all to support my project to write the book of the law in ancient Ibaryath, to show the astrology, the astronomy, the Hermetic Laws, the constitutional principles, and the natural phenomena, and what these words actually mean, and to give it to you in easy to read, plain English. But y'all gotta support the project, right? I'm not gonna do it. You know, I need to live too. I'm not gonna eat on rice, and I'm not gonna eat rice and soy sauce for the next couple years. I'm trying to put this book together, and then when it's together, nobody's gonna buy it. Nobody's gonna even talk about it, right? Why? Because the Christians and the Hebrew Israelites, etc., all they care about is growing their congregation. In other words, they put shade or they censor. They ain't trying to let nobody know. I mean, but anyway, we have to have our own literature. We have to have our own book of the law. Because right here, you're getting played when you read this verse. Played like a cheap piano. Completely misled. Okay? You're getting drawn into slavery. Let me continue. Okay? When they were created, that's the heavens and the earth, in the day that the Lord God made, there's a difference between made and create, scholars. Let me repeat it. There is a difference between the meaning of create and made or make. There is a difference. I suggest y'all research it. In the day that the Lord God made the earth and the heavens. Verse 5. And listen, y'all. Focus. Verse 5. And every plant of the field before, that's the key word, before it was in the earth. Every plant of the field before it was in the earth. In other words, that's saying the topic we're dealing with is plants right now. Before there was ever a plant in the soil, before there was ever a plant on earth. Listen. And every herb of the field before it grew. Now, is this verse making a distinction between herbs and plants? Let's not deal with that yet, okay? Let's not deal with that yet. It's a subject for another matter. The point is, the topic is plants and herbs. Notice what it goes on to say. For the Lord God, this Germanic deity, Odin, Woden, some people will say thought, or Odin, Woden, who else? The word deity has etymology here. Odin, Woden, thought. had not caused it to rain upon the earth. And there was not a man to till the ground. What does that mean? How many of y'all can honestly say you know what we just read? Is it clear, y'all? Is it clear what it means? Can you just read that 1 or 2, 3 times and then you understand what that means? No. It's confusing. And it's intentionally confusing. It is intentionally why? To activate your imagination, to get you to start wondering and thinking. A lot of people are intellectually lazy. They'll give up. And then you just accept the doctrine that's told to you. Okay? Or you start thinking, you transport yourself into the narrative. Narrative transportation. Okay? And what is this doing? It's conditioning you and reinforcing the notion that you are a slave, a sinner and a debtor in commerce. Christianity is commerce. I hope you can see how serious this is. The book opens up with the issue of descendability. The first 2 chapters of the Bible open up with the issue of descendability, and that's what it's all about. That's what this whole thing is about. The land. And if you don't know who you are, see, man, know thyself. And if you don't do anything else, said the prophet Darrell-El, declare your nationality. Now, those of y'all who know what I'm talking about. I don't need to go into that. But even if those of you who don't, this may be new to you, it should be clear. Okay, unless you still are blinded. Let me say deaf, dumb, and blind by the historical Christ figure. Right? Let's do it again. And every plant of the field before it was in the earth. Now remember, we're talking about the generations of. So let me give y'all a hint. The history, or this is an account. This is a history of, this is an account of every plant of the field before it was in the earth. So where was it before it was in the earth? That's the point. Where were the plants before they were in the earth? Where were the herbs before they were in the earth? The author here is telling us this is an account. Let me read it again. Genesis chapter 2, verse 4 reads, quote, "These are the generations. These are the generations of the heavens and earth. These are the generations of every plant of the field and every herb in the earth." Let me read. "These are the generations of every plant in the field before it was in the earth, and every herb in the field before it grew." So where were they? Where were they? So we see that they existed, right? So where were they? That's the question. Where were they? I can tell you this. The design came out of the mind. See, all is mind. All is mind. So the plants and the herbs were what? Thought. In other words, the DNA code, the DNA language. This was all what? Thought. You can think of it like a blueprint, or like, for example, the design of a cell phone, the design of a mobile phone. All done where first? All done in the mind, and then put on paper, right? And then put on paper. And then the blueprint, or whatever you call it, I'm not involved. I don't know anything about creating cell phones, mobile phones. But then the blueprint, the blueprint is sent out to the manufacturers, and then they manufacture it. Now you have something that was created in the mind, goes out to the manufacturers, to the factories, and it gets put together, and now it's a physical product. It's a physical thing, not alive, but it went from mind to where? It went from the mind to the market. It went from the unseen to the intangible to tangible. Was the same thing with the plants and the herbs. It was where? In the mind of the all. Thought, the design. Y'all see that? Now the author is going to say something different. That's why I'm bringing this up now. The author is going to say something that, in my opinion, is wacky. But I just want y'all to see where this is going. Okay? Let's continue. Verse 5. Notice what it says here. That there was not a man to till the ground. Why is that even there? So what? Why is that there? Are we missing something? Is there a text that's missing? How are we supposed to understand it? And there was not a man to till the ground. Or is this the way it was written to be? Is this is real? Or let me not say real, authentic. Okay, in other words, was this edited or not? Let's go to 6. And y'all, we can identify edits. Through analysis, you can identify edits, okay? 6, verse 6, Genesis chapter 2, verse 6. But there was a mist from the earth and watered the whole face of the ground. Now that seems like nothing, but this is a key verse in the scripture. This verse right here is very key, but we'll get to it later. Verse 7. And the Lord God and Odin and Woden, or Odin, Woden, or Thor, whatever, deity, whichever solar deity, whichever deity you want to throw in there, throw it in there. Y'all heard? Throw it in there. And it will be as accurate and correct as if you used any other deity's name. All right? I'm talking about the literal meaning of the word, not the religious doctrine. Okay? Genesis 2, verse 7. And the Lord God, this is not the grand creator of the universe, as you should be able to see from the etymology of these words. Okay? Is it Baal? All the solar deities. Okay? You choose it. YHWH, you choose it. Okay? And insert it. And it is, like I said, it is just as accurate and correct. And the Lord God formed man out of the dust of the ground. Okay? Man, not a kind of man. 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 Ground. Land. Y'all see that? Man is land. Y'all take a moment right now, go into your Black's Law Dictionary and look up the word land. You will see moors, M-O-O-R-S. Land means more. Land means more. Land means more. Real estate, all right? Real property, etc., etc. Now, what's the anagram of more? Rome. 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 What's the opposite? What's the opposite of the natural and rightful heir? What's the opposite of that? See, we're dealing with the law of polarity. Y'all see how the law of polarity, the Hermetic laws are useful? What's the opposite? Well, be a stateless person. Right? Person, corporate, 14th Amendment definition. In other words, do y'all see it? Descendable, non-descendable. Rightful heir. What is this called in feudalism, yo? Hold on. What's the name? I'm thinking Fofer, but there's a Fofer, this is not the rightful heir. Okay, there's a better term, it's just not coming to my mind. But y'all see the point. Okay? Y'all see the point. It's not the rightful heir to the land. Okay? They taken the land from the rightful heir through various means. Okay? Bills of attainder, due to corruption of the blood, breaking, in religion we would say breaking the Most High's commandments, sinning, right? You corrupt the blood of the covenant. In other words, you commit a felony. And therefore, what's the Bible verse, y'all, we're dealing with? Therefore what? According to the book of the law, what does the deity say? He'll punish the father's children and his grandchildren down to the third and fourth generation. That is what? A bill, that is an attainder or a bill of attainder. This is how it presents in law today. Bills of attainder. Y'all see it? Are you able to see the constitutional principles, feudalism concepts and principles? Are y'all able to see it coming? It's right here in the Bible. Do y'all see it? Y'all tell me if you can see it. Put it in the comment section. This is where bills of attainder come from. So when you talk about the corruption of the blood of the covenant, breaking the Most High's commandments, in nature we call that what? Not living in harmony with nature. Disrespecting your ancient foremothers and forefathers. Exodus chapter 20, verse 12. Not honoring your ancient foremothers and forefathers. And by the way, there's a direct reference to estate and land in Exodus chapter 20, verse 12. All of these are constitutional principles having their origin in natural law. The natural law is emanating from the Hermetic laws and from you. That's why anything you say can and will be used against you. Because when you speak, connotatively speaking, what? God has spoken. I hope y'all see that. You incriminate yourself. You have to consent. You have to consent. All right? Now let's continue. Let's continue. We're not looking at this religiously from a religious point of view. We're looking at this from a literal point of view. And I'm bringing to your attention, and not that I know everything. I'm just sharing y'all with what I know and what I want to share with you now. I'm looking at this from a natural law, natural phenomenon, and constitutional law/principle point of view. Okay? Let's continue. And the Lord God formed the man of the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and the man came to be a living soul. All right? So here are the morals. The substance and subject matter of the law without question, without a doubt. So we don't do anything else, proclaim your nationality. Do y'all see that? Do you see why? Do you see why? Because you are the natural heir, the rightful heir of all land, all resources, all commerce on planet Earth. Distinct from the made-up symbolicum of a man in Genesis chapter 1, who is non-descendable, who cannot inherit anything of value, let alone land. So if you don't know who you are, y'all see, if you don't know who you are, how you can be confused, and how they flip the script on us using corporations. See, these people who are running, who are in power at the top, they know about natural law. They know about natural law and karma and using the Hermetic Laws to reduce their karmic debt. They know this stuff. Get you to consent. Okay? Now, see, they're not following this moral code that y'all following in religion. They're not following that. Okay? They're playing you like a string using the Hermetic Laws or using natural law. All right? Specifically what? Specifically, the big one is what? The law of opposites. The Hermetic law of polarity. But of course, the others. Now, let's continue. Let me check for comments. Give me 1 second. Let me check if there are any comments before I continue. For those of y'all who have been with me, you know what I'm talking about. Please just be patient. If there's anybody in the comment section who has questions, do me a favor and answer their questions if you're able, or if you want to. Let's see. Y'all ain't putting up. Y'all like and share the video. What's happening? Like and share the video. Like and share the video and put some comments. Comments, questions, something, okay? Don't put all the burden on me. All right? Contribute something. This is not just for me. I mean, I'm doing this for y'all. Okay? Why make me carry the whole bag? Like, share the video, please. Now, let's continue. It ain't right for y'all to sit here and not do anything. Well, you just like and share the video. Anyway, because I want people, and I hope you want other people to get this information too. All right? Anyway, let's continue, y'all. So now we have already established. What are we dealing here with? Are we hybrids, y'all? Are we Han? Are the Moors Han Uman? Are the Moors humans? No. We are the people. We're represented in law as the people in the Constitution for the United States of North America and in the Treaty of Peace and Friendship between the Moroccan Empire and the United States of America. We are Moors in law, period. The people and Moors. So this is what? Diversity of citizenship. So now we see in these verses, Genesis chapter 1 and chapter 2, we see diversity of citizenship. Everybody see it? Diversity of citizenship. Right? The treaties and the Constitution are the supreme law of the land. Everybody see that? Let me see if I can find a case law for y'all. Hold on, give me 1 second. So I'm looking at documents that I downloaded from enforcetheconstitution.org. And by the way, the Consul General is still being held in the prisoner of war camp. And I want to let everybody know that, everyone should be aware of what's happening. So go to enforcetheconstitution.org and show concern and care about our Consul General. Let's make sure he's okay and do what we can within our ability to help him come home safely. Okay, yo? I'm waiting for them to post the documents or whatever they're going to post online, and then I can know more about what's happening and be able to share those documents with you. But let me see y'all if I can find some stare decisis on this. Okay, well, I'm looking here. So y'all might want to, you should. Now this is not my work. This is the work of Consul General Lamont Maurice Evans. All right? Enforcetheconstitution.org. It's not my work. I don't want anybody to think I'm trying to take credit for his work. I just want to show you. Okay? So take a look at this. This is a default judgment. Let me just show you how this looks with us Moors as foreign nationals to the U.S. So this is this document. Let me go through the heading. In the Morocco Consular Court at the Maryland State Republic, consular jurisdiction and venue. Y'all see that? Consular jurisdiction and venue. That goes into what this document is. This is a default judgment. It is a, international document. Why? Because Moors, Genesis chapter 2, verse 7, is different than the man that was made in the kind of a man, the symbolicum of a man that was made by our ancestors recently in Genesis chapter 1, verse 26 and 27, something like that. Y'all see it? So this is diversity of citizenship, different bloodline. That creature in Genesis chapter 1, verse 26 and 27, that was made through genetic experimentation. Okay, through the egg of a Moabite woman. Moabite, this is the ancient, what we were calling ourselves before Moors. The egg of a Moabite woman and the sperm of a chimpanzee, the black one. Okay, the black one. So we're a different bloodline. We have a different origin. So therefore, we're not the same. So we're foreign to them. Y'all see it? We're foreign. So that's why this document has international document. We're foreign to them. Everybody see it? were foreign to them. Let me continue. So this, since I'm doing, this document says available for public display at enforcedconstitution.org. So if y'all want to go back and read this, go ahead and do so. There's a lot. But again, I recommend y'all print them, bind them, and then study them, okay? And make sure you check out the website and do some follow-up to show care and concern about our brother, the Consul General, who's been kidnapped, okay? So let me see where if there's their decisives in here that I can go over. Hold on. Give me 1 second, y'all. Oh boy. Here we go. Well, this is a good choice. This is page 9. I'm going to start at page 9 of this document. All right? So it says, cited authorities. This is at the bottom of the page. Consular jurisdiction and venue. Under Article 20 and 21 of the Treaty of Peace and Friendship, 1836, in force 1837, between the United States of North America and the Moroccan Empire. Y'all see that? Coming straight out of Genesis chapter 1, chapter 2. The diversity of citizenship, different bloodline. Treaty, right to inherit. Under Article 22 of the aforesaid Treaty 1836. Why? Why? Because when we're in our proper status, Moorish Americans, we're the substance and subject matter of the law. Right? We're thought made manifest from the land. We are the land. So we are descendable in our proper status. But if you are in the mindset of a slave, you're non-descendable. You're a property, you're goyim. Genesis chapter 1 again. You're goyim, you're cattle. And that created creature in Genesis chapter 1, verse 26, is commissioned to have you in subjection, to have superiority over you, to treat you like cattle, like a human resource. Hope y'all follow me. Is it clear? So now of course it's better if you read this in the Ancient Ibaryath, or y'all just go through the etymological meanings. Let me take you through this really quickly so that there's no question. But I'm going to go through it in English. But y'all need to do it on your own, okay? And you can do the research, look at the meaning of these words in the ancient language, all right? This is out of the NIV. No reason, I just choose the NIV because it's the first book. It's at the top of the line. Genesis chapter 1, verse 26. This is how it reads. Then God said, let us make mankind in our image. Okay, mankind, that's a kind of a man, not man. Excuse me. Not man, not the people. In our image, a morphodite. In our likeness, lower self. Lower self. Y'all got that? Lower self. Not higher self. In our likeness, lower self. These are lower self entities. In our image and in our likeness. Okay? In other words, having the nature of these Elohim was wicked, killers. They were lower self. All right? So this mankind would also be what? A killer. Dishonest. Right? Dishonest. So on and so forth. All of these lower self attributes, characteristics, and behavior. So let us make man in our image, hermaphrodite, and in our likeness. This has to do with the character, the personality, the behavior, antisocial. So that, listen y'all, so that they may rule over. What's a synonym for rule over? Have dominance, domination, superiority, jurisdiction over. The fish of the sea and the birds in the sky, over the livestock. Okay? That's a goyim. Over the cattle. Chattel slavery, cattle. Chattel slavery, treating men and women like they're horses and cows and sheep and goats. Chattel slavery. Are y'all making the connection here? Can the congregation see what the Spirit is saying to it, to you? Okay? Let us make man in our image, in our likeness, so that they may rule over, have superiority over, white supremacy, have superiority over the fish of the sea and the birds in the sky, over the livestock and all the wild animals, and over all creatures that move along the ground. All means all. That's 100%. So that would mean that the Elohim created this kind of a man, this colorable man, who's non-descendable, so that it would have superiority, jurisdiction over the Moors, the rightful heir to the land. Y'all see that? That's the purpose of its creation, and the mechanism that would be used to do it is trusts and corporations. Let me go back. Violence, warfare, cunning, dishonesty, lying, stealing, cheating, delusions, making people believe, or magic, making people believe things that are not, religion, and then at the top of that, they use corporations that have their authority coming from religion. Okay? Everybody see that? Verse 27. So God made mankind in his own image. Now God is plural here. And they finesse you with a story about this being one God of immense scope, size, whatever. But literally it is plural, meaning many gods, okay? So God created mankind in his own image, or in their own image, more literally correct and accurate, in the image of God, in the image of Elohim. Okay, now I tell y'all, I'm being straight up with y'all. My opinion that this is the Yaqub story. Yaqub and the 12 feminine scientists. He made them in their image. All right? So whether one or more or any of them were Raphaim, whether the Raphaim were what? Hermaphrodites? We have reason to believe. Why? Because they're made in the Raphaims or the Elohim's image. And they were hermaphrodite. I was going to say the vulgar words, but a vagina and penis present. Y'all see it? Now we know through the grammar, that this created creature was an hermaphrodite. Now was it one created at one time, or was it multiple hermaphrodites created at one time? I don't know, I wasn't there. But we do know it was a morphodite. All right? And like I said earlier, the follow through on this is the story about Lilith. Okay? And the created creature in Genesis being at one time both sexes present, and then they separated to form the man and the woman. Well, that's BS. That's just a story. There's no evidence of the text in that. There's no evidence of that in the text. Do y'all see it? Okay, verse 28. And God and the Elohim, these deities, or Yaakov and his team of feminine scientists, blessed them or gave them a gift and said to them, here's the gift: be fruitful and increase in number, fill the earth and subdue it. Fill the earth and subdue it. How have they subdued the earth? Through warfare, through cunning, meaning lying, deceiving, cheating. This is what? Creating delusions. See, you're not going to con me unless you trick me. So they're tricking people. All right? Creating delusions. Okay. Or making promises that they knew they wouldn't keep. However that played out in history. Subdue it. So that means subdue you the more. That means have jurisdiction over you the more. And replace natural law with a legalistic legislative system. In other words, administrative process. Subdue it. Have jurisdiction over the Moors. This is why when you look at that picture, and there's a book that the Jehovah's Witnesses published. It's called The Revelation, the Grand Climax, something like that. It's a red book. Y'all Google search it. There's a picture of Jesus in the clouds with his feet in the water. Okay, Oannes, Raphaim, Jesus, right? Christianity represented by the fish. And in the palm of his hand, there is what today would be called a black man or a Moor. And Jesus is giving the hybrid, troglodyte European, who's supposed to be the Apostle Paul, he's reaching out to him, giving him the Moor, who's classified as race black. The denationalized Moor, race black. And then the Apostle John in the picture is holding up what appears to be a bill of sale or some type of manuscript. Maybe it's a bill of sale, maybe it's a debt note. Christianity is commerce. Do y'all see this? It says, be fruitful and increase in number, fill the earth, and subdue it. Psalms 82, what is that, y'all? Psalms 83, the scripture about denationalizing the Moors. They use Israel in the verse, okay? So that nobody would ever remember their name again. That would be done by what? Through denationalization. Race black, African American. Creating this nom de guerre, this legal entity. Let me show y'all. Hold on. Let me see if I want to direct y'all. Hold on. I want to direct you to the website Enforce the Constitution so y'all can research these documents. Okay. Give me 1 second. Where was I, y'all? What was I thinking? Y'all like and share the video. Okay? I forgot what I was talking about. Give me 1 second. Okay, give me 1 second. I know what I'm talking about. I remember. Let me just try to find something real quick to show, to demonstrate. Here. On, this is in, this is another document. So for example, y'all see where it says secured party, it says Lamont Maurice Butler. Y'all see that? This is not the natural man. That's not the Moorish American. That's the Siskiyou Trust. That's the legal entity, the fiction. So here it says evidence of misrepresentation, fictitious name, non-de guerre, and false identity, and denationalization. So y'all take a look at this. This is how this presents itself in your everyday life. Okay? That is a corporation. It's a trust. All right? Do y'all see that? Okay, this is part of the subduing. In the verses, let me go back to the verse. I hope y'all share the video. I have never in my life heard anyone present scripture the way I'm presenting it to you now. And I'm not saying that to boast. I'm saying that because I want you to share this video or text or call somebody and tell them to tune in so that they can get this information too. Okay, y'all? Now, let's continue. Verse 28. God blessed them and said to them, be fruitful and increase in, be fruitful. What does that mean? That means take everybody's stuff. That means acquire property. But remember, these entities are non-descendable. In law, a human is a monster. Although born from a woman, even in wedlock, it is non-descendable. But here, the Elohim is telling it to be fruitful, when it has no lawful right to own property. And this is why they denationalized the Moors and took gold and silver, the substance, the other three elements of substance out of the Constitution and created these trusts. Okay, y'all? Now, let's continue. God blessed them, the Elohim blessed them, the Elohim gifted them with this: be fruitful and increase in number, fill the earth and subdue it. They've done this through democracy. It's another, the administrative state, militarily, and through democracy. It continues. Rule over the fish in the sea and the birds in the sky and over every living creature. That includes autochthonous Moors, the rightful heirs of the land, and rule over and have jurisdiction over the Moors. Rule over every living creature that moves on the ground. Now, this explains why Yaqub created this kind of a man for military purposes. Y'all see that? Everybody see that? I hope y'all see it. Right there. Okay, now let's go back to the astrology of the Old Testament. Now compare those verses that we just read with this in Genesis chapter 1:26. And I'm reading from the book now, okay, y'all? Genesis chapter 1, verse 26 reads, and God said, and Odin said, and Thoth said, And Jupiter said, and Hercules said, any of the solar deities said, let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion, let them have jurisdiction. See, they don't have the right, they don't have jurisdiction over the earth. So how can they give it to someone else? I'm talking about these Elohim. And let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over the cattle. That would include what? Denationalized Moors, chattel. And how do you become chattel? Well, you break the Most High's commandments, right? In other words, you're in the curses, or we, as autochthonous people, are in the curses. Well, what are the curses? The curses are bills of attainder. The sons, the offspring, the posterity of the Moors are being punished for the sins of our fathers. Now, what does that mean? A lot of y'all will say, I've had people who've come through Zion Law School, and they got angry at me because I said that. They said, well, I just can't believe that we are a cursed people. Is that it? But maybe that's more of pride, or more of not being able to deal with reality well than it is anything else. Okay? But a bill of attainder kills someone civilly and their children, meaning that they become non-descendable. And that's the situation we are in right now, so that's an attainder. So when you see something like race black, the black codes, these are bills of attainder because they're focused at a specific group or specific people. The autochthonous Moors. Do y'all see that? Do y'all see it? Everybody, is everyone seeing the constitutional principles here? Okay? They have their origin right in the Bible. That's why it's called the Judeo-Christian legal system. Now let's continue. Chattel slavery, cattle, denationalized Moors, treated as cattle. Okay? So have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over everything that is creeping upon the earth. Okay, now do you understand where they get this notion of white supremacy? And what? Manifest destiny. God, the Elohim, put us in place to rule. And because the foreign Indian didn't put the Moors, the Moorish Americans, I'm talking about the whole continent, because the invading Indians, or those foreigners who are now called Indians, didn't, as I said, subjugate us. The hybrid troglodyte European used that as an excuse. Well, since they didn't do it, we will. Now, I've read this in research papers. Y'all go check out Manifest Destiny. That's where this mentality comes from, straight out of the Bible. Okay, Genesis chapter 1 and chapter 2. You open it, boom, it's in your face, but you never know it unless you know. And now you know. And this is what Jesus said, what he meant when he said he speaks to the people in parables, so that although having eyes to see, they won't perceive. Yeah, you read it on the pages, but you don't perceive what it means. Although having ears to hear, you'll never understand. You've heard 1,000,001 preachers talk about this, and you never put two and two together. That this is talking about a Sisyphus trust and a natural man or woman. And who has jurisdiction over the land? Who's the landlord? Because if you ever found out that you, more, are thought made manifest from the land, that you are in the form and within the limitations and scope of this physical body, you are connotatively speaking, God on the earth plane. You're the landlord. If you ever found that out, you might repent. In other words, you'll get out of religion. You'll go from lower self to higher self. You'll be saved. You'll have heaven on earth. These are the first steps to Deuteronomy chapter 30, those first 13, 14, 16 verses. Okay? Now, I've shown in my classes, y'all should come to my class, 516 The Curses course. The link is in the description area of the video, or just or email me if you have a problem with the link. Yasapa, Y-A-S-A-P-A, at zionlawschool.org. So this is where your status, knowing who you are, all doctrine is sprung from the ground, Genesis chapter 2, verse 7, a more. Forget this religion stuff. And the divisions of, all of the different nations, forget that. That's just divide and conquer strategy, or tactics rather. You're a more. You are one of the people in the preamble of the U.S. of the Constitution for the United States of North America. We are talking this more, Genesis chapter 2, verse 7. We are the people. Our ancestors ordained and established that Constitution, set up diversity of citizenship, the Supremacy Clause, Articles 3 and 6, I believe, and the Treaty of Peace and Friendship, 1836. So once you return to the Most High, you're living your life harmonically with nature. That means you're following the Most High's commandments, honoring your ancient foremothers and forefathers. So you'll hear the Moors call it or refer to that. That's Exodus chapter 20, verse 12. Moors will say you're living according to the highest principles in the universe: love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. These are equivalent statements, synonyms, right? Remember the etymology of law. The etymology of law, y'all go to, the link is in the description area of the video. Open up the book, The Ruins of Nations. Inserted in that book at the back, there's another book called Natural Law. Go look up the etymological meaning of natural law. I'm sorry, go back and look up the etymological meaning of law. Okay? You see instructions that come from your forefathers. This is where the story of Moses comes from, and the Most High is speaking the law to Moses, and the people at the mountain heard it. So wise. Okay, so you heard it, now you give it full faith and credit, because you're eyewitness. Okay? Give me 1 second, y'all. So where am I? Oh, tree. Okay. So it's through the Constitution, through those articles, diversity of citizens, the article dealing with diversity of citizenship, the article dealing with the Supremacy Clause, right? Treaties and the Constitution, supreme law of the land, and the articles dealing with substance. Gold and silver is the only means. You can only pay a debt through gold and silver. And what? The Constitution, we the people. I'm sorry, the preamble, we the people. See, those are the three forms of substance in the Constitution. And so once we return to the Most High, that means we're vibrating at such a high level that we've transcended religion. We're not on that religious vibration anymore. These external deities, they have no ability to harm us. We're way above that. Okay, so now we're in the area of the lesser law of transmutation, neutralization and transmutation, where we're able, through our conduct and our thinking, to rise above the clouds, lower self to higher self. Okay? So all of this stuff that these deities are able to, or these Raphaim, etc., all the influences that they have on people who are vibrating in the religious frame of mind, we're no longer in that band of vibrational width. We're above that. So it's not affecting us. Okay? So in the higher self, we are the Christ. Okay? This is why men like, what was his name? He was a very famous preacher in the 70s. What was his name? It'll come to me. But he famously said, God in me and God in you. And whenever you read in the New Testament about Christ, Christ is you. You're Christ. Okay? Now, of course, we're getting into astrology and astrotheology. On the summer solstice, June 22nd, when the sun reaches its highest point in the northern part of space, the sun, the S-U-N sun, is now said to be what? Christ, the S-O-N, Son of God. And the sun, S-O-U-N, and the S-U-N are the same. In other words, if you've seen the Father, you've seen the Son. This is how that's presented in religion. Okay? In the 10 or 15 or 16 religions that have, throughout the known history, they all have the same story. But anyway, let me go back to what I'm talking about. My point is this. Y'all go, y'all remember, support the Council General, okay? If you are able to make a donation, okay? And pass the word that he has been kidnapped, and we want to have him come home. Now, y'all go, this is for your own benefit, not mine or anybody else's. Go to enforcetheconstitution.org, download these cases, study these cases, okay? Because this, my friend, Moors, these cases, consular jurisdiction, let me go back and read it. Let me be precise here. Let me be precise, okay? Now I'm talking about the blessings, right? Deuteronomy 28, 29, 30, so on and so forth. Hold on. Let me show you how to get there. Okay, this is the return to the Most High. Let me show you how to get there. A mechanism for us to do this at the level of each man and woman doing on his own. Okay, on his own, and collectively as a nation and an empire. It says here, remember, the Morocco Consular Court, I'm back here, let me show y'all this, and y'all like and share this video, okay? Now you can get this in all of the cases, okay? I'm just gonna share this one. In the Morocco Consular Court at the Maryland State Republic, consular jurisdiction and venue. This is what I'm talking about. Go to default judgment, international document, consular jurisdiction and venue, established under treaty law per Article 20 and 21 of the Treaty of Peace and Friendship, 1836, between the United States of North America and the Moroccan Empire, and per Article 3, Section 2, and Article 6, Clause 2 of the Constitution for the United States of North America. You see what our ancestors did for us? Y'all see that? Y'all see what our ancestors did for us? Huh? This is all part of our return to the Most High and getting the blessings. Or in other words, the tangible gifts, which are our birthright. Because remember, remember, we are dealing with the fall equinox. Let me give me one more. One more. Okay? Yo. One more. Sorry, y'all. So the fall equinox, that's the covenant of grace, right? Covenant of grace, not the covenant of works. Covenant of grace. See, we get it as a birthright. Why? Because it's who we are. We're thought made manifest. Why we need to work for it? It's a blessing. It's a gift. And I know this, and those of you, if Pastor Kelly or Pastor Richardson, if you're listening to this, you know exactly what I'm talking about. It's a gift. In fact, when you look at the literal meaning of the verses that I'm referring to, it's the Most High kneeling down as though a father kneeling down to his male or female, masculine or feminine heir, handing them a basket of gifts. And in that basket of gifts, it's the whole world. Y'all heard? So we, as a man or woman individually, as a nation and as an empire, must abandon religion. Because when you are in religion, you admit that you are a debtor. Remember, Christianity is commerce, period. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. You agree, you accept that you are a sinner, which means you're a debtor. In commerce, you're a debtor. Everybody see that? But we are, in fact, the creditors. But when you accept race black, African American, bills of attainder, when you accept all of these things, you've what? You're delusional. You accepted things that allude to slavery. You accepted lies. Lies about what? Lies about your status. Lies about your status. Because you're not a slave. You're not Negro, black, or colored. You are a Moor. In law, we are presented, memorialized, I think is a better word, as the people in the Constitution for the United States of North America, 1791, and as Moors in the treaty, and that's the supreme law of the land. Okay? Covenant of grace, if I remember correctly, this is the column or the pillar Jachin. Boaz is the covenant of work. Covenant of work, labor. In other words, you gotta work at everything. Just you gotta struggle to survive. This is the debt column, the debtor column, the sinner column. Covenant of joy. This is why I'm giving y'all my opinion, because there's a lot of people who may disagree with me on this. And I'm not saying that they're wrong. But the beginning of the year, when you look at the Sphinx, the head of the Sphinx is what? A woman. It's Virgo. Now some people will say, well, Virgo was the beginning of spring at that time. The body is a lion, Leo, representing the beginning of the year to the end of the year. So from the first zodiac sign to the last. So Virgo to Leo, the lion. Y'all see it? Virgo is the beginning of the harvest. Leo is when the sun reaches its most intense heat, its greatest power. So it's my opinion that the beginning of the year for us Moors is the beginning of fall. Because that's the covenant of grace. Y'all see? And we're the rightful heirs of all land, resources, and commerce. But the hybrid, remember, does the opposite. So the more the Roman, natural law feudalism, natural law corporations, grace, the covenant of grace, the covenant of work. The covenant of grace is everything comes to you free at birth, like your eyesight, your ears, your nose, smell, your sense of smell, sense of taste. Those people who you love. Let's say if you're lucky enough, a mother and father who loves you. I'm not talking about they have a feeling. I'm talking about through their actions they love you. They don't abuse you. And then your kinfolk, and of course your nation. These are all given to you, free of charge. Okay? So grace, feudalism. In feudalism, those hybrids, and if, the Moors, they were denationalized and forced to be slaves, serfs. Y'all see? Moors, Romans. This is the Hermetic Law of opposites. Higher self, lower self. So the Moors in the higher self. The Moor is supposed to be the Christ, the noble, the nobility. And then the Roman is the opposite. The liar, the lower self, thief, the criminal, the vagabond. He has nothing. So the wealthy Moor, the heir, and then the non-descendable Roman, the hybrid, etc. Y'all see it? We're dealing with the law of opposites here, the Hermetic law of polarity. Okay, so now, those who have nothing and need to work, well, these would be the hybrids. Not their fault. Our ancestors did that to them. That's a covenant of work, labor. Which is why they began the year at any time, in January, for taxation, right? Or they say the natural year begins in spring. In both cases, you're a debtor, a sinner, and you need to work. You need to slave for the corporation. When you're not, in my opinion, when you're harmonic with nature, the beginning of the year begins. Is it September 22nd, y'all? September 22nd, which is the fall equinox. This is when Christ is crucified. In other words, the sun falls below, heading southerly, falls below the celestial equator. Okay? You see it in Christian iconography with Christ, Jesus on the cross, Mary standing next to him. Okay, Mary representing Virgo, right? Virgo, Libra, Scorpio. Okay, y'all? Y'all see it? But I kind of got off topic. Let me continue. Let's continue. So we're dealing with where are we, y'all? So the Constitution and the treaty that I just talked about, this is like the mechanism for us to receive the blessings. I'm talking about the highest level. Okay, we need to complete this. We need to become competent about civics, not only sciences and everything, but civics is a part of the sciences. We need to become competent and have the competency in enforcing the Constitution. A gentleman must know the law. There's nothing wrong with knowing the law and how to enforce the Constitution to protect your rights. There's nothing wrong with that. How is that wrong? How is that harming someone? No, that helps everyone. But remember, the Elohim created the Han Uman, the Neolithic, or the Paleolithic rather, Neanderthal, to subdue. The only way you can subdue someone is to make them ignorant so you can trick them. Okay? All right. Or physically through physical warfare. Psychological warfare and physical warfare. In other words, psychic attacks. Such as the education system in North America. Okay? And the culture and all of these things. But anyway, let's continue. But just keep that in mind. Okay, what I just showed y'all, and understand why I showed you. Now it's up to you to take action. Okay, it's up to you to take action. If you want the blessings, if the blessings is not going to be you, is not you praying to some external deity and doing all of the moral stuff that you've been taught you need to do. No. It's honoring your ancient foremothers and forefathers by doing what? Following the Most High's commandments. That's it. Or in other words, living harmonically with nature, dealing with people according to love, truth, freedom, and did I get that right? I think I should stop, y'all, because I'm forgetting. I need to, maybe I could order something to eat. Let me see, I need something. I just said it a few seconds ago. Let me see, I need to get some sugar, I need to get some sugar in my brain because my mind is forgetting. Give me one second, I'll come back to it. I'll come back to it. I'll come back to it. Oh, love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. Okay, equivalent statements. All right, you have a kitchen? You have a...
No kitchen.
No kitchen?
No kitchen.
This one. One more. Black cafe, no sugar.
No honey.
No honey. Just black cafe.
Black coffee.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, y'all? So, let's go back to Genesis chapter 26. Whew. Let's go back to Genesis chapter 26. Okay, verse 27. So God created man, so the Elohim created man in his own image. So the Raphaim, or this team of Moors and Raphaim, however the mix was, created man in his own image. Created mankind in his own image. Y'all see how they're playing around with the terms? In the image of the Elohim, created he him, male and female created he them. Well, guess what? Male and female. See, y'all think he created males in one body and another body of female. No, male and female, he created them. In other words, one was both, had a penis and a vagina. Each had a penis and a vagina. Only you never suspected that, right? You never suspected it. Now you know. Okay, now you know. Now let's continue. Now the author is going to give us his understanding of these verses, okay? The author writes here, I have before, wait. Hold on. You see, I'm jumping around, but I had a thought. That was page 9. Give me one second. Was it page? Hold on. It's page 9 of 11. I want to go. Okay, hold on. There was something else. I didn't cover everything I wanted to cover. 1 second. I wanted to give y'all some more cases. I wanted to give y'all some more cases. Hold on. Give me 1 second. If I don't find it in the first flip, I'll come back to it. But there are other cases, y'all, to underscore the information that I've been sharing with y'all. I remember. Hold on, I think I remember. Yeah. All right. So let's go back to diversity of citizenship and nationality, right? And the supremacy clause, okay? Now remember, all of this is coming straight out of the Bible. When I write the new book of the law, this project that I've been asking y'all to support, I'm going to use terminology that shows you its connection to law. So, let's go back. So we talked about consular jurisdiction and venue, Article 20 and 21 of the Treaty of Peace and Friendship, 1836, in force 1837, between the United States of North America and the Moroccan Empire. Treaty right to inherit under Article 22 of the aforesaid Treaty of 1836. Now, let's continue. We're dealing with the Constitution right now. Supremacy Clause under Article 6, Clause 2 of the Constitution for the United States of North America, 1791. Diversity of nationality under Article 3, Section 2 of the Constitution for the United States of North America, 1791. Colorado versus Oregon. Colorado versus Oregon rather. A state, this is a quote, a state cannot refuse to give foreign nationals their treaty rights because of fear that valid international agreements may possibly not work completely to the satisfaction of state authorities. Under the Supremacy Clause of the United States Constitution, Article 6, Clause 2, state policies as to rights of aliens to inherit must give way to overriding federal treaties and conflicting arrangements. Colorado versus Oregon. Y'all see, this stuff is coming straight out of the Bible, straight out of Genesis chapter 1, chapter 2. The Judeo-Christian legal system. Diversity of citizenship. All right? I'm trying to show y'all the integrations, how the law, common law, natural law, has its origin. Well, in other words, it's ecclesiastical. Okay, the book of the law. It's coming from there. All right? And we see that in the case law. Okay? At some point, well, let me leave that alone. Now let's continue. You know, I'm always talking about full faith and credit, so I'm just going to throw this in there. Christmas, isn't that interesting? Verse Russell, quote unquote, a judgment or record shall have the same full faith, credit, and conclusive effect and obligatory force in other states as it has by law or usage in the state from whence taken. Y'all see that? This is why your status as a Moor is so important. Okay? That's why. Y'all see that? See, once you correct your status and you do the paperwork, y'all can find all that out on, and y'all can find all this information out, the details on enforcetheconstitution.org. It's not my work. It's not my work, so make sure y'all know that. It's not my work. But you can get the details there. First National Bank versus Terry. Full faith and credit clause of the Constitution, of the U.S. Constitution, Article 4, Section 1, requires that foreign judgment, remember we saw international document, requires a foreign judgment, default judgment, international document, Genesis chapter 1, mankind that our ancestors made, and Genesis chapter 2, verse 7, who is us, thought made manifest from the soil. We are not the same bloodline. Y'all see it? We are foreigners to them. So therefore, we're foreigners to the U.S. We're foreign nationals. It's our land. But in terms of the relationship to the hybrid troglodyte niggers and the Moors, we are foreigners, foreign nationals. Okay? Y'all see that? In other words, different bloodline. I don't know how else to, I hope that's clear. Okay, so First National Bank versus Terry. Full faith and credit clause of the Constitution for the United States of North America, Article 4, Section 1, requires that foreign judgment be given such faith and credit as it had by law or usage in the state of its origin. Now remember, we are the law. We're the substance and subject matter of the law. Constitution provides for a republican form of government, self-governance, not a democracy. Right, y'all? I think everybody knows that. And then what else? The Constitution does what? All rights that are not specifically listed, all powers rather, for the federal government are reserved for the people and the state. And the state. But for the people, who are the people? We the people, that's you, more. So since there's no republican form of government, who has the power to decide these cases? The more. Through consular jurisdiction and venue. The council shall decide these cases by treaty law. Y'all see this? Do you see the blessings now? You have the Article 3 judicial power to decide cases. But you can't do that as a Christian or as a Hebrew Israelite or, as a black, Latino, any of these other bywords. No, you are chattel property. Genesis chapter 1. You are prize according to the treaty, the aforesaid treaty. You're prize. According to the scripture, you are a chattel. Okay? It's just as simple as that. But in your proper status, you are the Article 3 court. In other words, you have the constitutional power. You are God. You're the landlord, connotatively speaking. All right? The venue that everybody thinks are courts, they have to yield to your authority more in your proper status. And what? With you being the Christ. Everybody see that? Do y'all see the connection now? Do you see how important this is to you and your life now? It's not praying to God and hoping, and begging that this God in the sky is going to do something. No. It's you enforcing your rights. It's you acknowledging your nationality and enforcing it. Enforcing the Constitution. Enforcing your birthright. That's all it is. And it's just as simple as that. Now let's continue. Well, I'm not going to read the last one because I think it might be difficult for a lot of people to understand. It has to do with liens. So, give me 1 second, y'all. But there's much more, y'all. There's much, much more. So now, I've said what I wanted to say about that. Now let's go back to our text, page 118, y'all. So Genesis chapter 1, verse 20. We're at the bottom, the last paragraph of the bottom of the page. Now let's see what the author has to say, okay? This is what the author has to say. I have before described these men. He's talking about the men that were created in Genesis chapter 1, verse 26. I have before described these men in the image of God to be the planets of our solar system. So according to this author, the mankind that was created in Genesis chapter 1, verse 26, these are the planets. Saturn, Jupiter, okay, y'all, etc. Now, when I read that, that was the first time I ever saw anyone, that was the first time I was ever introduced to the notion that the kind of a man created in Genesis chapter 1 are planets of the solar system. But anyway, this is the author's position. I have before described these men in the image of God to be the planets of our solar system, male and female, and ordained to have dominion. Y'all see that? Now, is this at some level true? To my knowledge, no. But that doesn't mean I'm right. Maybe at another level there's truth in it. Or maybe it is true at another level. Right? It's just I haven't heard of it before, okay? So he's saying, see Genesis chapter 1, verse 26 above, and then he has over all the earth. So what he's saying is that the planets, the moon, the earth, Mercury, etc., Mars, Jupiter, etc., he's saying that these planets have dominion over all the earth. All right? So that means over consciousness and over every physical thing, including you and me. That's his point. So he says here, over all the earth, and page 119, it continues. And at which time, see Genesis 2:5, there was not a man or Adam. Remember, man is actually Adam. Remember, there was not a man to till the ground. And these planets were also to have dominion over everything movable upon the earth. So that would include the Mortuus, right? As well as the earth. So the physical earth, the soil, the minerals, the oil, etc. And especially, quote unquote, over every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth. It is well to take notice that in the last account, although plants, listen y'all, we're going back to the plants and the herbs now. It's according to the author. Remember, let me go back. Here's the title of the chapter. This is chapter XI or XL, chapter 11, of natural man, we discussed that, or earth man, natural man is earth man, and evolution of species, we discussed that, Genesis chapter 1, 26 and 27. Now we're on and planetary influence over the earth and its inhabitants. So that's where we're at right now. And planetary influence over the earth and its inhabitants. Now the author is claiming the planetary influence or the planets are the mankind from Genesis chapter 26. Okay? Now, let's go to this reference about, let me just read it again. This is Genesis chapter 2, verse 5. Let me start with 4. Quote, "These are the generations of the heavens and the earth." Now I'm going to skip down to 5. "And every plant," so in other words, these are the generations of every plant of the field before it was in the earth. So the plant is not physically on earth, but he's telling us about the plant before it got on the earth. Okay, y'all? "And every herb of the field before it grew." Okay, y'all? Before, in other words, this is their history, the history of the plants and the herbs before they were present on the earth. Now, let's go back to page 119. "It is well," so says the author, "it is well to take note that in this last account, although plants and herbs were already created." Genesis chapter 2, verse 5. This is the author's, this is according to the author. "It is well to take note that in this last account, although plants and herbs were already created before they were on earth." They're already created according to the author. "Yet on this earth there were no plants and herbs in it," but they're already created. He continues, "Nor as yet any herb grown. Also, that there was as yet no rain, but a thick mist covering and watering the whole earth, showing that the heat of the earth was still insufferable." In other words, it was too hot to sustain life. The earth, according to the author, based upon that earth, a mist, based upon that verse rather, that a mist was coming up from the ground. So based upon that, the author says that it was too hot for any plants or living things to be on earth because it was too hot. Y'all got it? Now, he's assuming a lot because he has absolutely no way to know if that was true or not. So we can just disregard that. He's just talking. Okay? He's just talking. In other words, where's his evidence? It could have been a mist coming up from the earth that was cool, like your humidifier. A cool mist. It could have been a cool mist. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He's just talking. Okay? Why is he talking like this? Because he wants to put in your mind evolution. He believes evolution. So most likely, in my opinion, just, what I can see about what I can discern from the author about his personality, his beliefs, it appears to me that he's a hybrid. And he believes in evolution. Okay? So he's looking at these verses through the lens of evolution and superiority. Okay, remember, subdue the earth. The hybrid, subdue the earth and have in subjection. So therefore, since the hybrid is the most recent creature on the planet, in other words, the hybrid is unnatural. He's made by Moors. That he's saying that because of evolution, he's the highest level of creation. Y'all see that? Therefore, he has jurisdiction. He has the right to subdue through military, through lying, cheating, and stealing, or what they call cunning. Okay, and through what? Legislative process, or the administrative state, but especially religion. Okay, that's the origin of their power, of their authority, for everything that they're doing, okay? Now, let's continue. "But a thick mist covering and watering the whole earth, showing that the heat, see that, showing that. He's drawing this conclusion based upon a mist coming up from the earth, showing that the heat of the earth was still insufferable. Well, he has no basis for that. So we can just disregard everything he says about evolution. And full of malarious exaltations. Well, malaria is a disease that you get from parasites spread by mosquitoes, or at least that's what they teach you in medical school. So where did these life forms come from? Y'all see what I'm saying? He's just talking. If there's nothing living because it's too hot, well, where do these mosquitoes come from? They shouldn't be there, so there are no parasites. Y'all see it? He's talking. He's just talking. Maybe we can say, I remember I took a class. This was in my graduate school level days. And the professor, in order to excuse the dirty, rotten, ignorant stuff that the hybrid troglodytes were doing, he would just say, well, they were a man of their day. And then that's supposed to justify the murder, the lying, the cheating, the land theft, not keeping your word, breaking promises, terrorizing. Well, he was a man of his day. That's supposed to justify it. So maybe this author was a man of his day, okay? Now, let's continue. If y'all see what I'm saying, let's continue. All right, so, and the earth was still insufferable, that means uninhabitable, and full of malarious exhalations, and fit for no life as yet, and until rainfall, it could not be. In other words, the earth could not support life until rain started to fall from the sky and water stopped coming up as a mist from the ground. That's the author's, that's illogical when you think about that. But remember, this is 1891. This book was published, 1892. This book was published in 1892, and they were using evolution to justify colonialism or birthright theft and every other type of shameful criminal and terroristic activity you can imagine. Okay? Why? Because manifest destiny is God's will. They're the highest form of creation. So they have jurisdiction. They can terrorize you, cause you any sort of pain, steal from, and God ordains it. Now, this goes to show, go back to the image in the Jehovah's Witnesses Revelation book. I think it's called Revelation. Yeah, Revelation is grand climax, with the picture of Christ standing in the water, maritime law, Pisces, fish. Christ coming back in the clouds. You see the clouds in this image. Christ's feet is in the water. This is maritime admiralty law, which is used to denationalize the Moors. It's the mechanism of your enslavement, bondage. And then Christ has the picture of the Moor. Jesus has a picture of the Moor. I should say Jesus has a picture of the Moor in his hand, the palm of his hand. I got these niggas in the palm of my hand. What Jesus is saying, I got these niggas in the palm of my hand. Totally brainwashed by me. And he's reaching down to the hybrid Apostle John. And John is reaching up with a piece of paper, looks like a bill of sale. Commerce. I got these niggas in the palm of my hand. They don't even much know who they is. Totally brainwashed. Y'all see it? I speak to them in parables, so that although having eyes to see, they will never perceive. Although having ears to hear, they will never understand. Because if they ever perceive and understand what I'm doing to them, I'm paraphrasing. So says Jesus, what I've done and what I'm doing to them, they could decide not to consent anymore. They won't believe anymore. They'll stop giving full faith and credit. They'll return to the Most High. They'll exit religion. Now they have repented and returned to the Most High. Now they will do what? Now they can be saved. In religion, what does that mean? Now you get the blessings. But Christ don't want you to have the blessings. Christ wants you to be a debtor, a sinner forever. Now, I'm not saying it. Don't be offended. Jesus said this out of his own, I'm talking about the historical Jesus, out of his own mouth in the text. So I just showed y'all the mechanism, the Constitution, the treaty, what I'm doing in terms of interpreting the book of the law for y'all, as y'all have just seen me do. This is the mechanism to return to the Most High and get the blessings at the level of an individual and at the level of a nation and empire. This is your way out of bondage, is what I'm trying to tell y'all. Constantinian Christianity puts you in bondage and keeps you there. You're involved in Hebrew Israelitism, Christianity, any other religion, you just a nigga in Jesus' hand, being sold into slavery. Chattel, Genesis chapter 1, verse 26, 27, 28, whatever it was, chattel, you've been subdued, and there's that bill of sale. All of this coming from corporations, trust. Now let's go back to it. Page 119. Now it is a well-known fact that as soon as the heated season commences at the tropics. So now we're in the tropics, y'all. Now we're getting back to what? Astrology and astrotheology. We're in the tropics. That means we're between the Tropic of Cancer in the north and the Tropic of Capricorn in the south. So the Tropic of Cancer, this is a what? Summer solstice. If you look at the highest point of the sun, right? June 22nd, this is the summer solstice. The lowest point, so this is gonna be what, Cancer? The lowest point is what? Capricorn, December 22nd. So now, the author has us, according to the author rather, in the tropics, a band that stretches across the entire globe. It's called the coffee belt. 23.5 degrees north, going south, so the degrees are decreasing, 0 degrees, which is the equator. It goes negative all the way to negative 23.5 degrees, south. So Cancer, 23.5 degrees north, and then moving southward, going down to 0, okay? And then from 0, it goes negative, all the way down to negative 23.5 degrees north, which is Capricorn. Of course, Capricorn is Christianity, right? So what do we have here? The summer solstice and the winter solstice. Everybody see the correlation? Everybody see it? What is this? You draw a straight line from June 22nd to December 22nd. You have what? Christ and the devil. Y'all see it? Tropic of Cancer, Tropic of Capricorn. Everybody see it? Law of polarity, law of opposites. Higher self, lower self. But anyway, so in this region we call the coffee belt or the tropics, it's hot. right? So they have rainy season and dry season. This is what the author is talking about. Now, let's go back to it. Let's go back to it. Okay. Now, it is a well-known fact that as soon as the heated senses at the tropics during morning and evening, the death-dealing malarious fog or mist covers the whole face of the earth. Y'all see that? The death-dealing malarious fog or mist covers the whole face of the earth. So what's the source of the mist? Is the mist, y'all, coming in? Is it mist? Is it coming, bubbling up or coming up from the ground? Or is that mist coming from another place? Is it fog the way we get fog now? Or is it mist coming up from the ground? I'm sure it's not mist coming up from the ground. So this author is wrong here in terms of the mechanism of the fog. Just let me make that point. Now let's continue. Sorry, y'all, I got to read the sentence again. Now, it is a well-known fact that as soon as the heated season commences at the tropics during the morning and evening, so not the afternoon, just morning and evening, not the afternoon, the death-dealing malarious fog or mist covers the whole face of the earth. And he's talking about between the tropics, or what we call it, what's called a coffee band. So if you go out in the morning or in the evening during this time at the tropics, the heated season, you're going to get sick and maybe you're going to die. That's what the author is saying. Y'all got it? Is it clear? Now let's continue. It says, this hangs over the valleys, the fog hangs over the valleys and rivers, and the trees and sides of the mountains until dispersed by the sun. So in other words, in the morning, the fog, obviously the sun has not reached anywhere near its maximum heat for the day. So the fog is present. But then in the afternoon, when the sun reaches its zenith, the highest point in the sky in the afternoon, now the sun is hot, and the heat causes that water to evaporate. Now in the afternoon, the fog is gone due to the sun. So what is he telling us? Well, the sun, the presence of the sun at the zenith at 12 o'clock in the afternoon facilitates life in the tropics. That's his point. And then in the evening, when the sun begins to fall, in other words, the prince of darkness, Set, Horus' evil brother, the devil, Christ, begins to have dominion and everything becomes dark. Now that mist is going to come back that could kill you. That fog is going to come back that can kill you. And it's not until the sun is resurrected or the sun comes back, what? Above the zone of Horus, above the horizon. In the morning, about 5:30, 5:45, whenever the sun comes up in the morning in the tropics. Okay, and as the sun ascends to its highest point in the afternoon sky, which is called the zenith, you shouldn't go outside. It's not suitable for life. You might get sick. But when Christ is in the temple teaching at 12 o'clock noon every day, well, you go outside. The sun has evaporated the fog. And now everything is bright and you can see. Y'all see it? You can see and you can live. But again, in the evening, the fog comes back. Why? Because Set, Horus, evil brother, or the devil, takes dominion, and the sun begins to fall. Christ is humiliated, and darkness comes, along with the mist, and you're going to die if you stay outside. Let's go back to the text. All right. Okay. So this fog hangs over the valley and rivers and trees and sides of the mountains until dispersed by the sun sun and the land breeze. What's this land breeze? That's the Holy Ghost, the holy gust of wind. What is spirit? Those of you who know, are familiar with the ancient Ibaryath, you already know that spirit is breath. The breath of life? I don't know. Don't take that seriously, I'm just talking. Okay? But now let's continue. I don't mean the breath of life. Y'all don't quote me on that. I'm not saying that that's what that meant. I was just cracking a joke, trying to be funny. Now let's continue. And to sleep in its almost certain death, and never does it fail to produce terrible malarial fevers, chills, and dire disorders. Y'all got that? Y'all got that? So we can also look at this in terms of what? The cycle of life and death. The cycle of good and evil. Christ reborn, and then Christ has to die. Right? Christ has to die. And then Christ is reborn and resurrected to save you from your sins. Okay? Luke Skywalker and Darth Vader. All right? The constant battle of good and evil, the constant or the cycle of life and death, right? Life, maturation, decline of the physical body, and then death, and then the regeneration, and then what? Rebirth, okay? In other words, that's a cycle of life, okay? All right, now let's continue. So if you're exposed to these fogs, you can get sick. That's the author's point. Now let's continue. Rising like a sheet to a level of about 10 feet, the fog rises like a sheet up to 10 feet high. No dwellers in the tropics can hope for any help unless they keep to upper chambers. Y'all got that? According to the author. But after the rainy season commences, these death-dealing mists or fogs are beaten down, and the air is less moist, and existence becomes pleasurable. All right, y'all? A good description of this is thus given by a writer, Haggard, in quote-unquote, Alan Quartermain, end quote. So let me read this piece of poetry, y'all. Bear with me. If one desires death, the night air and early morning are to be avoided. I'm sorry, if one desires health, the night air and early morning should be avoided in the tropics. And the sun should be at least an hour high before and should stir much about. And when the mist arise into clouds, and the glorious sun And when the glorious Escheat and sun assert something, sway, then one can enjoy life. Until then, there is silence upon the face of the earth, and the waters therefore, yea, the silent dew brood on the waters like a nesting bird. The print, y'all, is really bad here. The silent sleepeth also upon the bosom of the profound darkness. Let's go to page 120. Only high up in the great spaces, star doeth cry unto star. The earth is faint with longing and wet with fear, with tears of desire, rather. My print quality is not good, y'all. Sorry, bear with me. The earth is faint with longing and wet with the tears of her desire. The dark girded night doeth embrace her, but still she is comforted. Still she is not comforted. She is enshrouded in mists like a corpse in the grave clothes, and stretches her pale hands to the east. To the east. Lo, away in the furthest east, there is the shadow of a light. Okay, sun rising in the east. The earth sees and lifts herself. She looks out from beneath the hollow of her hand. So he's giving authority to what he said in the text. Okay? Then thy angels. Oh, there we go. Then thy angels. Well, the angels are what, y'all? The angles of light. The angles of the sun's rays as they hit the earth, as the sun ascends from sunrise to its highest point at 12 o'clock in the afternoon, and as it begins to fall. So at each of these positions, the rays of the earth, the sun's rays, the S-U-N sun's rays, or the Ra, not gods, not deities, the rays, the angles, religion then called it what? Ra and angels. So when the physical sun rays hit the earth, remember they are encoded with energy and information, magnetism, electromagnetism, okay? And the angles that it's hitting the earth with, and also us, is delivering different types of information. Just like when you change the station of a radio or a TV or Wi-Fi, whatever. Same concept. No gods, no deities involved. This is just natural phenomena, nature. Okay? Now, it says, then thy great angels fly forth from thy holy place, O S-U-N sun. Y'all see how they just told you this? But the reader who doesn't know about astrotheology, they'll never make the connection between the S-U-N sun and the angels and angles of light. Let me say it again. Then your great angels, then your great angles of light, fly forth from your holy place, O S-U-N sun. In other words, those angles of light originate from the sun and they emanate toward the earth. There's a footnote number 1. And the above or angles of light are designated as angels. That's in religion, which I have before explained. Y'all see that? Right there. But if you are not aware of astrotheology and what's really happening in these documents, you think you're just reading a piece of poetry and you don't know what they're talking about. You think the S-U-N sun is talking about something else, and then you try to figure out what it is, a waste of time. Okay? It's telling you the S-U-N sun facilitates life on planet Earth. Okay? They shout, this is talking about these great angels or these great angles of light that are encoded, embedded with information. They shout, they shoot their fiery swords into the darkness and shrivel it up. Oh, if that ain't as plain as day, I don't know what is. You turn on the lights, the darkness goes away. You turn off the light, you're in a state of darkness again. Thy great angels, let me repeat that. They shoot their fiery swords. The rays of light shoot their fiery swords into the darkness and shrivel it up, and shrivel up the darkness. The sun comes up. All right, nighttime transitions to day. The darkness is shriveled over. Y'all see it? Now let's continue. They, talking about these great angels, these rays of light, they climb up the heavens and cast down the pale stars from their thrones. In other words, the sun's bright light makes it so that the stars that you could see at night or before the sun came up, well, now you can no longer see them because the sun is too bright. So you cannot see them anymore. The only way you're going to see them again is when the sun goes down. This is what the author is saying. All right? Now let's continue. They, talking about the sun's rays, yea, they, talking about the sun's rays, or the great angels in religion, hurl the changeful stars back into the womb of the night. So he's just saying the same thing again. Now you can't see them. Okay? They, talking about the rays of the sun again, or the angels in religion, cause the moon to become wane. As the face of a dying man, well, y'all know that's right? We see the moon at night. And behold, thy glory, thy brightness, bright light, shine. Thy glory comes, O S-U-N, sun. So in religion, the sun would be what? The S-O-N, Son of God, and his angels, right? Are they going to crack the sky? But what we don't realize is that, yeah, Jesus comes back every morning about 5:30, 5:45 in the morning. In other words, the sun rises every day about 5:30, 5 in the morning, depending on when the sun is going to come back, when Jesus is going to come back, when the sun will rise. Y'all see it? He's coming back what? With his angels. The rays of light that are emitted from the sun. That's the astrotheology of it. Page 120, continue. It is plainly shown by the writer of Genesis. Okay, first of all, there was not a writer of Genesis. There were at least two writers of Genesis. Okay? Now, we also have to take into consideration the editors. Jeremiah 8, verse 8. They wrote lies in the book of the law. They changed the book of the law, that is natural law, into what? A book of religion. So have to correct or point out this error of the author again. It is plainly shown. Now remember, I mentioned earlier at the beginning of the class that the book of Genesis is known, chapter 1 of the book of Genesis is known to be an insertion. Okay, I'll go back and watch that if you don't know what I'm talking about. It is plainly shown by the writer of Genesis that not only the period of caloric or heated cycle, he's talking about the hot season, when the earth was not yet cool enough to precipitate rain. He's talking about what, y'all? When the mist would come up from the ground and water the whole earth. Remember, he said the earth was too hot to support life. This is what he's referring to. When the period of caloric or heated cycle, the dry season, the hot season, when the earth was not yet cool enough to precipitate rain. What? No rain. It was coming up as a mist from the ground. And human life, human Han-Uman. Han-Uman. Human, H-U-M-A-N, is a corruption or a condensed form or spelling of Han-Uman. H-A-N, that's the Han-Uman. U-M-A-N. This is the colorable man, Genesis chapter 1, verse 26. The colorable man in law, who's non-descendable, the monster. So we have to always make the distinction between the Han-Uman, the kind of a man who's non-descendable, who's a symbolike of who's colorable in law, and then we, the autochthonous men and women who are sprung from the soil, who are thought made manifest from the land. They are different. Okay? Now, here is the confusion that they're trying to get you to buy into, trying to get you to do what? Activate the mechanism of narrative transportation. So you think that you're a human, a Han-Uman, and that everybody's equal. No, everybody is not equal. Everybody is not equal in law, in nature. Absolutely not. Y'all see it? And human life was not yet existent. Well, actually, that's a fact, because the Han-Uman is was recently made by our ancestors. But y'all see the point. This is misleading language. Okay? He wants you to think that that this is about the beginning or the very first man that was created. No. Han-Uman is a new creation. So I hope y'all see it. Okay? This is so important because we're dealing with diversity of citizenship, treaty law, okay? The supremacy clause, everything that we talked about is at issue here. Okay, this is why the hybrid troglodytes want to do away with natural law. Y'all see why they want to do away with natural law? This is why they want to do away, and this is a trick argument. They want to do away with God. They got you thinking that God is Jesus and Yahweh. They think that they want to do away with those gods. No, they want to do away with you more because you are God, connotatively speaking, and in the context of what they're talking about. Your thought made manifest. They want to do away with you. Completely. Okay, so there's no issue about who's the rightful heir. But it's not only the law, it's the character and the nature too. Because remember, animalistic. Okay? So now, let's continue. And human life was not yet existent. Was meant in this description, was meant in those verses, okay? But also that a tropical region, this is talking about the coffee belt, as we mentioned, in a tropical climate was the first abode of man. Y'all see that? In other words, what he's saying, and I would have to agree with this aspect. Earth used to be a tropical paradise. Earth used to be a tropical paradise. Now, I agree with that. Now, the very interesting things occur when you start getting into the Earth's equator and the ecliptic, okay? And the angle of the ecliptic and how that affects the weather and climate on Earth in 144,000, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Zion Law School, y'all know what I'm talking about. Zion Law School scholars, you know what I'm talking about. And we discuss it in class. All right, now let's continue. To digress, our Old Testament, listen y'all, listen. Our Old Testament, he's talking about the versions that were available in 1892 when this book was published. Our Old Testaments are exceedingly incorrect. Our Old Testaments are exceedingly incorrect in much of their rendering of the Hebrew. In other words, what this author is saying is that in 1892, when he published this book, there were a lot of Bible translations. A lot of them. But the rendering into, and therein lies much false reasoning. Therein lies much false reasoning. Therein lies the source of religious doctrine, these false doctrines. And the belief systems that people have that are actually injurious to them. Our Old Testaments are exceedingly incorrect in much of their rendering of the Hebrew. In other words, they wrote lies in the Bible. They wrote lies in the book of the law and made it into a book of religion. See, he's admitting that. And y'all think he's not a high-level Freemason or Knights Templar? No, he would have had to be in a secret society in order to acquire this knowledge base. Our Old Testaments are, this is why we need our own book of the law. That's why I'm wanting to write the book of the law, to correct all of this stuff. And I hope y'all see the need for us to have our own literature, and that y'all will support my project. You can donate to the project on my Patreon or my PayPal. The links are in the description area of this video, okay y'all? PayPal.me/Zion Law School, Patreon.com/Zion Law School. I think that's what it is for both of them. Or you can go to my website, zionlawschool.org. Anyway, let's go back to the text. And therein lies much false reasoning, much false doctrines, false prophecies, and a whole bunch of robbing and stealing, fleecing of the flock, okay? Occasioned by such errors. What errors? Translation errors. Are they all innocent errors? Maybe some. The majority of them, absolutely not. How do I know? Go back and read Jeremiah 8, verse 8. They wrote lies in the book of the law and made it into a book of religion. Probably one of the most important omissions. Now, listen to this, y'all. Probably one of the most important omissions. Omission. That means something was left out. This should have been there, according to this author. Listen. Probably one of the most important omissions or errors, things that they left out of the book of Genesis, is the following. Listen. Genesis chapter 2, verse 3. Listen to this. And God and Odin, Wudin, and Thoth, the Elohim, Raphaim, or Mors, or Team, blessed the seventh day and sanctified it, because that in it he or they, right, had rested from all his work, which the Elohim, this team of Raphaim and Mors, or pure, or only Mors, or only Raphaim, Odin, Wudin, Thoth, whatever of these solar deities you want to throw in there, throw it in there. Because God rested from all his work, which God created and made, end quote. Now, listen. This is key. Listen. Now, back to the author's word. Now, a very important omission is here at the end. And here's the omission, scholars. This is page 120. Quote, unquote. Here's how the verse should be written according to this scholar. And remember, it's a high-level secret society member. Because remember, you have to be invited and hold a degree, one of the highest levels of degrees in Freemasonry, to get this information about astrotheology. Quote, Genesis chapter 2, verse 3. Here's what they left out. Quote, which God created and made to create by evolution, end quote. To create by evolution, end quote. This is birthright theft. Y'all see that? Do y'all see that? Birthright theft. This is the illusion. This is a lie. Evolution is not scientifically factual. Period. It's popular. Why is it popular? Because it's justification for the subduing of the Moors. It's justification for the human, the Han-Uma, the Paleolithic caveman who's non-descendable, can't inherit anything, to become fruitful. How? Through the establishment of trust in corporations, so that these corporations could then own the land. And through these trusts, for example, let's say a Siskiyou trust, any kind of trust, they now acquire rights, natural rights that are only due to what? Men and women. Genesis chapter 2, verse 7. Do y'all see it? Now, he continues. He says, this omission being, and he gives a word in biblical Hebrew. I'm going to show it. Or, lasasas, which means, and then here's his authority. My authority for this being the Reverend Florlick, Doctor of Divinity and celebrated Hebrew scholar. Let me show y'all this. Here's the Hebrew word. I tried to find it, but I couldn't find it in the lexicon. Online, it was an online lexicon though. I couldn't find it. Y'all see it? My finger, I'm pointing at it. Let me show y'all that. Okay? This is manifest destiny. Y'all see it? Because evolution says that the hybrid appeared on Earth last. Therefore, because the process of evolution is you go from less complicated to more complicated. In other words, but wait until you hear the language that this author used. You go from less intelligence to greater intelligence, right? Evolution. First man, low intelligence, a brute, animalistic, very low intelligence. But evolution produces the so-called European. And he has the highest level of intelligence. Therefore, he has the right to rule. Because it's God's will. Because he used evolution to create. Do y'all see the hijack, the attempted birthright theft? All right? This is supposed to make you believe a story. It deludes to slavery. If y'all understand what I'm saying. Delusion to something that I showed y'all the definition, something that is meant to deceive you into believing something that's not true. Something that's meant to make you believe something that's not true. Y'all see it? This is evolution. Now, listen to the language that this author is going to use. Page 121. Don't take my word for it, listen. Without evolution, it would be difficult to understand the remainder of this second chapter of Genesis. That's not true. But with the command, listen, but with the command to create by evolution and the putting away of the idea that man is co-equal with his creator. Now, I don't know any people who look like me who ever thought that man is co-equal with his creator. That definitely was not a widely held belief in 1892. Okay? But let me add further correction. Man does not have a creator. Now, some of y'all might not like me to say that. Man is thought made manifest from the soil. Man is thought made manifest from the soil. This whole thing of creation is not true. Energy can only be transformed. Energy cannot be created or destroyed. That means the notion that everything had a beginning is not true. It violates the second law of thermodynamics. Energy cannot be created or destroyed. Consciousness, thought cannot be created or destroyed. It transforms only. But that's a whole different topic. I probably shouldn't even brought that up because that might throw some of y'all off. Some of y'all might say, oh, Dr. Yasapa, I was understanding, but that's too much. Okay? But with the command to create by evolution. Now, y'all remember, we're talking about Genesis chapter 1. We're talking about what the Elohim did. The Raphaim and the Moors. These are the gods. So yes, our ancestors genetically engineered them to their current state. That's true. They are evolving, but that has nothing to do with us. We're thought made manifest from the soil. They are evolving. So this is written in such a way where it's deceitful. Because if I know this, this author knows that. I'm not a secret society member. I know because of the text. And I've never been a secret society, and never will be a secret society member. But with the command to create by evolution, and the putting away of the idea that man is co-equal with his creator. Now, y'all, what religious group believes that they're co-equal with their creator, and they can tell God to do this and tell God to do that, and do what Moses did? Well, I'm not going to say their name, but y'all know who I'm talking about, right? Therefore, and then, isn't that same group the main ones who are involved in the story, the Atlantic slave trade story, like providing the insurance and doing the trading, right? Hiding behind white people, so-called white people. I'm using white people connotatively. Though, hiding behind those people who classify themselves as white people today. All right? So you don't know. Right? The confusion, y'all? Remember? So you can't say it's them or him. Change their names. Anyway, let's continue. And the putting away of the idea that man is co-equal with his creator and not merely the highest order of animal creation. I'm not an animal, and neither are you, Mark. But we see the psyche of the author. a man of his day? Is that how we want to describe him? We can get rid of a deal of self-conceit and be willing to learn and not so ready to teach matters about which one knows not even the slightest rudiments. Well, he should have taken his own advice, right? Now, let's get into this. By this we find that the fifth verse is correct. The fifth verse about the plants and the herbs. Listen, y'all. And that this new formed earth had not plants or herbs even. There are no plants or herbs. He's saying that's true. No man, no beast. Not but a ball of plastic mud. He said that the earth was a waste. That's what it says in Genesis chapter 1, verse 1, 2, and 3, right? Not yet cool. The earth was too hot to support life. And all other things which emanated from the Almighty Father were created. Listen, y'all. All other things that emanated from the Almighty Father were created, but not made. There's a difference between created and made being two different things. And that they were already, listen y'all, and that they were already upon the planets Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, S-U-N, Sun, Moon, Venus, and Mercury. The author is saying that there are plants and herbs on the Sun and other planets. Now that's very strange to me because the Sun uses water and sunlight for photosynthesis, and they release oxygen. But there's not supposed to be any oxygen on these other planets. So we know this is factually incorrect, unless there's a different biochemical process happening. Let's say equivalent to photosynthesis, but the byproduct of oxygen is not there. But just taking at its face value, this don't make any sense. Okay? But again, this is 1892. Now, let's continue. Which were to have, so these planets were to have dominion over the earth and all things in it. Right? According to Genesis chapter 1. Thus, the magnetic effect of these planets is at once apparent. So since this evolution thing is baseless, and that the mankind created in Genesis chapter 1 are the planets, that's baseless, as I've just shown so easily, right? Thus, the magnetic effect of these planets is at once apparent. So we cannot say that. That's not a logical conclusion. Okay, this is not a logical conclusion. They do have dominion over the earth and all things upon it. Now, I would have to agree that the planets do have dominion, magnetic, energetic influence over the earth and over man. Okay? Even when we look at the Hermetic Laws, remember y'all? The zodiacal age. Each zodiacal age has a certain personality, let's say, or attributes and characteristics, a dominant attribute or characteristic. Y'all remember that? In other words, a dominant or a mass consciousness. Then unless you rise above that through transmutation, it's going to overtake you. And you'll be subject to or a victim of, or maybe you can benefit from, but most likely, most people will be a victim of the mass consciousness of that zodiacal age. Y'all remember? Law of opposites, right? Higher self, lower self. You need to transmute up. The devil needs to change his sinful ways, right? And transmute, repent and transmute. and then the Christian becomes Christ-like. Okay, so the movement from lower self to higher self, or the movement northward, this is called transmutation. And then you polarize in the Christ node. Y'all see it? Polarize. In other words, through your mental thinking, behavior, and activity, you develop a habit of acting always in honor. Love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, honoring your ancient foremothers and forefathers, Exodus 20:12. And now that becomes habit. In other words, that is the lesser law of cosmic habit force, okay, at work in your life. And so as a result of that, you're flying above mass consciousness. You're flying above the clouds, so to speak, okay? I'm just going to keep going until I get to the language that I want y'all to see this author use about us. The derogatory language he uses to describe us, the autochthonous Moors, okay? And remember, this is about evolution, birthright, right to rule, jurisdiction. He continues, Genesis chapter 2, verse 7, quote, "And the Lord God, and Thoth, and Odin, and Wodin, formed man of the dust of the ground." And then he has in brackets, "Thus saith the version at hand." In other versions, it reads, slime. Man was created from the slime of the ground. "And breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and the man became a living soul." Now, y'all know in the modern Bibles, it has the tetragrammaton, YHWH. And thus, YHWH created the man from the ground, or from the dust of the soil. Okay, now let's continue. Here is no mention of creation. Y'all see that? The author agrees with that. In Genesis chapter 2, there's no mention of creation. So how can you say that Genesis chapter 2, verse 7, man was created? The author agrees with me and others. I'm sure I'm not the only one who knows this, who sees it. So, again, according to the author, in Genesis chapter 2, verse 7, here is no mention of creation, but distinct making, forming, an effort of physical power or energy. In other words, man was already there. He just transformed from thought into a fleshly body. He formed man. No mention of this man being an image of himself. In Genesis chapter 2, verse 7, there's no mention of this man who was formed from thought to a fleshly body from the soil. There's no mention of this man being created in the image of God, as in the created, as though in the creature from Genesis chapter 1, verse 26 and 27, made in the image of God. Two different creation stories. And I'm using that creation stories because that's how everybody knows about Genesis. They call them creation stories. Okay, so I'm using it connotatively. It's not a creation story. Now, let's continue. Listen to this, y'all. And I wish more people were here to see this, because y'all can see it's not only me. I'm Dr. Yazaka from Zion Law School. It's not only me who knows this. Listen to what he says. He formed man. No mention of this man in Genesis chapter 2, verse 7 being an image of himself, neither being bisexed. There's no mention in Genesis chapter 2, verse 7 of man being bisexed. So this is an admission that the man in Genesis chapter 1, verse 26 and 27 is bisexed. In other words, a hermaphrodite, both the penis and the vagina present. Neither being bisexed or an hermaphrodite or self-creating. See, bisexed, you self-create. Why? Because you have a penis and a vagina. You got the egg and the sperm in one physical body. Okay, now he continues. Merely he formed him, the man in Genesis chapter 2, verse 7, of the dust of the ground, and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life. And man became a living soul, i.e., that as a soul or ray, remember soul. Soul is a corruption of the Latin word sol, soul, which is Latin for sun, sun. Y'all remember that, right? The Catholic Church came up with this term, soul, S-O-U-L, from soul, the S-O-L, sun in the sky, S-U-N, and they threw an O in there. Okay? Soul, S-O-U-L, soul, S-O-L. And then they monetized it. So that's magic, right? The magic of the pen. Hollywood. They created an image and a belief in your mind, and then made you believe something that's not true. You don't have a soul that escapes the body and goes to heaven or hell for pleasure or to be tormented. They made that up. And it has its origin in astrology. And they monetized it. And they've been ruling you with the fear of death, the fear of burning in hell ever since. And because it worked so well, they monetized purgatory. Okay, well if that worked, we may as well monetize purgatory. But anyway, let me keep going because this is not what I want to focus on. The man became a living soul, i.e., that as a S-O-U-L, or ray of the Father. See, S-O-L, the S-U-N, sun. The sun emits light, light rays, rays of light, Ra. Take the Y off, you get Ra, rays. Add a Y, you get rays, Ra. Okay? Y'all see the delusions, the confusion, the brainwashing, how they make people believe lies through what? The magic wand. They call it a pen. Go back to Jeremiah 8, verse 8. They wrote lies in the Bible. What did they write with? They wrote with a pen. What's the pen? The magic wand. Hollywood. The magic wand. Hollywood. The pen. Go back to the Greeks and the plays and the masks and the roles you play in the play and the roles you played, the mask you wear in commerce, a driver, a father, etc. Okay, y'all? Is this coming together for you? All right, now let's continue. And now commencing with the lowest, listen, with the lowest order of creation, he must evolve through every gradation to the highest. So the Genesis chapter 2, verse 7, man is low. The lowest level of creation. And the highest level of creation, according to evolution, and this author who believes it, is the kind of man, the colorable human, in Genesis chapter 2, verse 6, who was made by the Elohim, our ancestors, okay? Let me say it again. And now commencing with the lowest order of creation, he, that's man, must evolve through every gradation up to the highest level of creation, or order of creation, and thus endowed with a physical or earthly body. So we're not talking about sheep and cow. He's talking about autochthonous Moors. See, we are ancient. There never was a time when man was not. Okay? And thus, man endowed with a physical or earthly body. This is Adam. This is Adam, the soil, the ground. Thus man endowed with a physical or earthly body. Thought made manifest from the soil. The incarnated S-O-U-L. The incarnated S-O-U-L, which is Catholic BS. The incarnated S-O-L. The incarnated S-U-N. The incarnated Son, S-O-N, of God. The incarnated Son of the Father. The Father and the Son are one. The S-U-N Son is the Father, right? Whichever solar deity you want, and then the Son, the Father and the Son are one. All right? The incarnated soul, S-O-U-L, which is a Catholic made-up commercial term, okay, that they made up from soul, S-O-L. The incarnated soul, S-O-U-L, became what is called a living soul, S-O-U-L, or man. Or the incarnated S-U-N, the incarnated Son, S-U-N, the incarnated Son, S-O-L, the incarnated rays of light, listen, the incarnated rays of light became what is called a living soul, or a living man. Thought made manifest from the soil, light changing form, made manifest from the soil, and is now a man, a living man. And yet he had always lived. The author admits it. And yet man has always lived and will always live, since every death is but a change in the order of evolution. In other words, this is the second law of thermodynamics that the author is referencing. Energy cannot be created or destroyed, it only transforms. Energy is what? Light. Thought is light. Y'all see it? Light is S-O-L in Latin, which is S-U-N, Son, in English. In religion, that's the S-O-N, Son of God. Also the Father. If you've seen the Father, you've seen the Son. I and the Father are one. Jesus said, I am the light of the world. All right? Anyway, go back to page 122. And so, quote, ye must be born again. The cycle of life and death. Okay? Good and evil. Sunrise, the zenith, sunset, the devil takes over, Christ gets crucified, and then the sun, what? Rises again. Okay? Or a new sun is born. If y'all don't know what I'm talking about, go back and watch my videos on astrotheology. I cover this stuff probably almost in every video, in every class rather, in this class, the earlier videos in this class. All right, now anyway, let's continue. The original first man is called Adam. So Adam, according to this author, Adam is light made manifest from the soil. Adam always existed. Man always existed. There never was a time when man was not. Man always existed and always will exist. The original first man is called Adam. Adam is thought made manifest from the soil. In the Hebrew, Adam means red earth or what? Primitive soil. Primitive soil. This situation of the Garden of Eden is purely tropical. In other words, it happened. The Garden of Eden was in the coffee belt between the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn. As a description of its boundaries show, y'all, let me skip. I want to show y'all some of the language. I'm going to skip this and show y'all some of the language that this author used, which is shameful. Because he admits and acknowledges that the original man had always lived and always will live. Not created. He was what? Formed. In other words, light, cosmic energy, cosmic light, sunlight, rays of light that existed were formed or fashioned from the soil. In other words, this light transformed into a man from the soil. He admits that. In other words, it's divine. The first man is divine, right? He admits it. But look at the derogatory way in which he talks about us, which is what I want to get to, y'all. I'm on page 123. We're examining the psyche of this author and his peers, his contemporaries, and of course now his people. Well, I can't even use people, the hybrids now. Listen. The foregoing proves, listen y'all, the foregoing proves the ancient belief in evolution, also the original source of primitive man. So he's saying that what we covered, that I presented to y'all, proves evolution. It's true. And that, listen y'all, in man's happy state of ignorance and comparative purity, in a climate of perennial summer, that means summer coming around regularly, right? And never failing fruits. Never failing fruits. In other words, you don't have to do anything. The fruit and vegetables are going to be there. Isn't that the covenant of grace? And never failing fruits, fed by the bountiful hand of nature and continual harvest. Okay, so now this author acknowledges that. And this is what I've been saying. This is the covenant of grace. You don't have to work for anything. Mother Earth, Mama Earth gives you everything as a free gift. You need to work. So for this reason, I told y'all, my opinion is that the beginning of the natural year for us Moors, us autochthonous Moors, is September 22nd, which is the day, or let me not say the specific day, the beginning of the year, the natural year for us, is the first day of the harvest. Of the, let me be more specific. It's the first day of the fall equinox. The first day of the fall equinox. Okay, that's all right. And then the beginning of spring. So that's the beginning of fall. That's the beginning of the natural year for us. And the beginning of spring is the first day of spring. So that's going to be like March. Usually March. Well, let's just say March 22nd for the sake of simplifying things. And then the beginning of fall would be September 22nd. This is the covenant of grace, the column of Jachin, the covenant of Jachin, covenant of grace rather. Covenant of grace, the column of Jachin. Y'all see it? This author is acknowledging that. So it's not just me who's saying that. Okay, maybe I'm saying it in a way that other people haven't said it before. But again, this author calls the man, the autochthonous Moor, who he acknowledges as having his origin from light, divine, from the cosmos. And then this light, this thought, being made manifest or formed into a man. And that this man had always existed and is eternal. The author acknowledges that. And then he goes on to call this man, us, our ancestors, ignorant. The foregoing, I'm on page 123, the first paragraph. The foregoing proves the ancient belief in evolution, also the original source of primitive man. That's Genesis chapter 2, verse 7, man, Moors. And his, us, our ancestors, happy state of ignorance. Now, would you say that the ancient Egyptians were ignorant? Would you say that the Chaldeans were ignorant? Would you say that the megalithic structures whose design show, prove, demonstrate that the builders of those structures had an extremely advanced knowledge of science and engineering, of the cosmos, of nature, of architecture, etc.? You'd have to agree. You'd have to agree. Is there in the record, in the archaeological record? But do y'all see how that mindset blocks them from being able to see the reality? It's funny because I saw a YouTube short today where there was a hybrid, I guess she must have been an Egyptologist or something like that. But she acknowledged that the ancient Egyptians would be classified as black people today, Africans. She acknowledged it. And she also acknowledged that it's shameful for what the hybrids did by trying to hide that. And since over the last 20 years or so, it's come out widely known publicly that the ancient Egyptians were indeed, today they would be classified as black people. But of course, they're Moors. But the famous Sudanese professor, he was the one who, I think in 1971 at the UNESCO conference, is responsible for proving that the ancient Egyptians were indeed Moors, or today they would have been classified as black people, black Africans, through his melanin dissociation test. Y'all remember that? Dr. Anton Diop. That issue was settled back in 1971. But they still lied all the way up until recent history. They're still running the delusion. Why? To keep you in the slave mindset, right? The issue is who has right to the land. Okay? That's why anytime you say more, everybody gets upset. You start talking about the Treaty of Peace and Friendship 1836 between the United States of North America and the Moroccan Empire. Everybody get mad. They ban your videos. They shadow ban you on YouTube. Well, now you know why. Now you know why. Now let's continue. Hold on, I just want y'all to see how he talks about us. Okay, let's go to page 144. No, page 123, last paragraph. Listen to this. According to this description, he's going, the description at Genesis chapter 2, verse 8, all the way down to Genesis chapter 2, verse 15. So Genesis chapter 2, verse 8 through 15. According to this description and those scriptures cited, I just mentioned, we include the entire region inhabited by the ancient Aryan and Hindu races and their offshoots, and listen, co-worshippers of the Escheat sun. That's an insult. That's part of the delusion. Our ancestors never worshiped the sun or any planet. We never worshiped anything. We studied, we observed and studied the sun and the planets. We didn't worship it. Okay? So this includes their co-worship, and by the way, y'all, with what I just said, now you know why everywhere on the planet where there are autochthonous Moors, you'll find masonry. I'm not talking about Freemasonry. You'll find masonry. Knowledge of the natural sciences, etc. Okay? That's why. Not because the Freemasons are so powerful and they, no. Because Masonry existed before there ever was a hybrid. They just got it and perverted it. Okay? And they use what? The power of the pen, the magic wand, the Hollywood, to put in your perception, to put in your mind, an image of Freemasonry that are not true. Okay? That's our sciences. This is nothing but natural sciences. That's all. That they hid from us and replaced it with religion. That's why it sounds weird to a lot of people in the beginning, okay? Because you never heard of it before. Or it has been presented as something that's evil, that you should stay away from. Now, let me get back. Let's continue. Okay, and their offshoots and co-worshippers of the Escheat sun, the Persians, Babylonians, and ancient Egyptians. Now, these are people he's calling ignorant. And from the Chaldeans and the Israelites obtained the true spiritual worship of God. What he's saying here is that the Israelites obtained the true worship. Let me repeat that. It says, and from the Chaldeans, the Israelites obtained about astrology from the Chaldeans. This is what he's saying. But yet he called these Moors ignorant. Y'all see the mindset, the mental block? Y'all see? Y'all see? Was he a man of his time? Or is he writing deceitfully? Is he writing in code? Okay? Is he writing in code? So that the common people who would read this, well, they'd be thinking evolution and religion. All right, y'all? Depends on where you are vibrating in your consciousness. Now, here we are, page 124. For all the ancient priests were instructed in that one great truth, that God is not an ancient word, and it's not an ancient concept. God is Odin, Wooden, etc. It may go back as far as Thoth, in terms of its etymology. If you go back to the Devil's Pulpit, you can get the etymology and work up on that. Listen. The ancient priests were instructed in that one great truth, thought. Remember truth, thought? And then the sun, the Escheat sun is truth. Y'all remember that in the number one? All of that, remember that? Make the connections. You get that out of the Devil's Pulpit. Okay? That the God, capital G-O-D, which is an injected word that has its origin etymologically in the medieval times. God is the modern spelling of the deity Odin and Wooden. Same deity. Okay, some people allege that Odin or Woden, same deity, God is the same deity, is actually thought, is one and indivisible. And though they perverted truth, they perverted the truth, they perverted the SU and Son, the SOL, they perverted truth and held the ignorant multitude to a multiplicity of gods, both male and female. It was done to multiply the gifts and levy constant contributions. In other words, it was levied to rob people of their birthright. Through superstition, what's the mechanism? Superstition, religion. Through religion. To enrich themselves. How are they going to enrich themselves? By birthright theft. Regardless of the suffering and poverty of these miserable devotees. You know what came to my mind? That Joseph, in collusion with Pharaoh, robbed ancient Egyptian people of all of their wealth, liberty, and freedom. Through what? Through the delusion of making them think a terrible drought was going to come, and they got this information, and the information was a result of a dream that was given Pharaoh that Joseph interpreted. Y'all watch the video that I did on that, okay? You can get the whole story on that. And it's through this story about a dream, this superstition, this religious belief that Joseph, through Pharaoh, or colluding with Pharaoh, was able to rob the people, the ancient Egyptians, of all of their earthly possessions, including their land. And they sold themselves into slavery. They do it, and they agreed to do it happily according to the story. Now, if you believe that, something wrong with you. But what is, that's an encoded story. So for the religious believer, the non-society member, you who's on the outside of the house, the story about Joseph being the savior of Egypt is a wonderful story. It's a beautiful story. And Joseph did all these good things for the people. Okay? But it has a double meaning for the secret society member, which is a playbook on how to use religion to get the people to give up their birthright and agree to be slaves, agree to be held in bondage. Watch the video that I did about Joseph enslaved. I forgot the name of the video. Y'all just search it on my channel. Now, listen, he continues. And so blind obedience to their instructions, in other words, the common people, so blind obedience to their instructions. The ancient Egyptians, the Kemites, so blind, so trusting, so naive, believed Pharaoh's dream, and believed that, according to the story, a foreigner called Joseph had their best intentions in mind. And it was through the blind obedience that they suffered hunger, lost all of their earthly possessions. Sure, certainly people died of hunger, or certainly people died because Joseph only gave enough food in terms of corn for them to barely make it, to barely stay alive, and a little bit of seed left to plant. That I did. And they became so poor. Imagine the pain and suffering you have to be enduring in order to sell yourself into slavery. But it was their blind obedience, their naivete, like Dr. Clark used to say about the black people, their blind naivete, their political naivete. Okay? Now he continues. Ordained ministers of God is always incalculated, and knowledge and learning are looked upon with abhorrence by them. In other words, you need to believe everything that these priests, these religious people, these mores, morses, pastors, reverends, rabbis, imams, you need to believe everything they say. And if you don't believe it, if you start to apply learning, analysis, critical thinking, and analytical thinking to the doctrines and situations having to do with your life and with them, that's frowned upon. Okay, and they'll kick you out, ostracize you, have you locked up. Remember? They lead. They're the leadership in these administrative agencies. The courts, so-called the de facto courts, financial institutions, policy enforcers, okay? They'll mobilize them against you and lock you up. So we saw that happening with the author of The Devil's Pulpit, Robert Taylor, okay? Who was a high-level Freemason at the top. And he spilled the beans. This is how we get the book. He spilled the beans about astral theology, right? So they've been using that playbook since the 1800s, the early 1800s, okay? Okay, that's all I got for y'all now. I just wanted to end it with being able to show y'all what this whole evolutionary thing is about and the author's state of mind. And how on one hand he's talking about the Moors being divine, eternal, and then he turns around and calls us ignorant and implies that we're lazy because we don't have to do anything for food. Everything is just there. So you got to do anything. Well, if you don't got to do anything, what are you going to do? You're going to pursue intellectual pursuits. You study and observe nature. Study and observe people and nature. Study and observe and learn and build, which is what our ancestors obviously did, based upon the record of megalithic structures. That's what we did. We wasn't sitting around, laying around, eating, being ignorant and dumb, as this author pretends, purports. Absolutely not. So this whole notion of evolution is a mechanism for birthright theft, because the issue is political status. Who am I? Who the hell are you? Right? You claim you got jurisdiction? Prove it. Quo warranto. Make sure y'all, let me end this way. So make sure y'all follow up about what's happening with Council General. And if y'all got YouTube channels, I'm passing a message that was passed to me. If y'all got YouTube channels, publicize that the Council General has been kidnapped again. Go to the website, print all of the cases. There's a lot of cases. You have a lot to study and learn. If you're able to make a donation, make a donation. But more importantly, get out of religion. Okay, get out of religion. All right, I'm saying return to the Most High. All right? Return to the Most High. Let religion go and support your own people. All right? Assalamu alaikum. Islam to all the Moors. I'm Dr. Yasafa from Zion Law School. Shalom, y'all.